Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Netanyahu will meet Donald Trump at the White House next Monday as the president suggests a Gaza ceasefire deal could be reached within a week. The Senate passes Trump's one big, beautiful bill after Vice President J.D. Vance casts the tie-breaking vote. The U.S. president visits Alligator Alcatraz, a migrant detention center in Florida surrounded by swamp-dwelling reptiles. And Al Hilal's historic win, the Saudi side glide through to the quarterfinals of the Club World Cup after knocking out Manchester City. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet US President Donald Trump in Washington next Monday. That's according to US officials. President Trump suggested a possible ceasefire in Gaza could be reached within a week. It comes as Israeli planes and tanks struck Gaza on Tuesday, destroying homes and forcing residents to evacuate. Local health authorities claim 20 people were killed in the latest attacks. We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent there, Trent Murray. Trent, pleasure to have you on the show. So Trump will host Netanyahu on Monday after saying he could secure a ceasefire in Gaza within a week. What more do we know?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. That's right. Prime Minister Netanyahu heading back to Washington, D.C. for the third time this year since President Trump returned to the White House. He spoke at a cabinet meeting earlier today where he appeared to show a big lineup of meetings he is planning, not just with the president at the White House, but also the vice president, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Commerce, as well as a number of meetings, we're being told, on Capitol Hill with both leaders from the House and the Senate. Now, we know that there are a number of issues on the agenda. According to the readout here from the Prime Minister's office, both sides reportedly want to have an intelligence assessment over their operations in Iran following those strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. We are also being told potentially some sort of agreement between Israel and Syria is on the agenda. Of course, following the fall of Bashar al-Assad, some suggestion that maybe some sort of a peace agreement between Syria and Israel could be signed in order to reduce tensions on that border. But it is Gaza that we expect to really take centre stage, with signals coming from the US that there is an impatience growing in the White House over the ongoing war. We heard earlier on Sunday President Trump post on Truth Social that it is time to make a deal in Gaza and for Israel to get its hostages back. I think setting the scene potentially for what this meeting will focus on. We also know, of course, that sentiment of some sort of deal is one that is growing louder here, voices growing louder here in Israel after 20 months of war. Many of those families of the remaining living hostages are continuing to put pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to come to some sort of ceasefire agreement in order to return their loved ones home.
And Trent, local health authorities say 20 people were killed in Israeli strikes on Tuesday, and that's following an attack on a Gazan cafe, which happened yesterday, of course, Monday. Can you give us the latest on that situation?
Well, residents in Gaza are saying that it has been another day of heavy activity with both Israeli tanks and planes bombarding large areas of the Gaza Strip. We have seen additional evacuation orders issued by the IDF as tanks have moved in to the east of Gaza City in the north, as well as in the south around Rafah and Khan Yunis. Now, what the Gaza Health Ministry is saying is that Israeli gunfire and military strikes in the besieged enclave have killed at least 112 people and wounded more than 400 in the past 24 hours. We've not had any immediate comment against those numbers from the IDF, but I think it is a signal that while the Prime Minister is preparing to travel to Washington to discuss a future ceasefire, the situation on the ground still does remain very dangerous for Palestinians being caught in the crossfire between Hamas and the IDF.
And finally, more than 170 charities have called for the shutdown of the Israeli and US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This has been controversial. What more can you tell us about these calls?
So this is the American-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF. They're using private American contractors to supply aid into Gaza, effectively sidestepping the existing UN channels. Now, we know that the UN has called this US-backed scheme inherently unsafe and a violation of humanitarian impartiality rules. Of course, since this scheme got up and running, we've seen reports of hundreds of Palestinians being killed in order to try and reach their aid. Now, the groups that are signing on to this letter, 170 of them out of Geneva, include Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders, Save the Children, the Norwegian Refugee Council, Amnesty International, a host of others. They have said in this joint statement that Palestinians in Gaza face an impossible choice: starve or risk being shot while trying desperately to reach food to feed their families. Now, the GHF has shot back in comments it's given to Reuters, saying that it's delivered more than 52 million meals in the 5 weeks it's been operating, while those other humanitarian groups I mentioned have nearly seen all of their aid looted. They go on to say that instead of bickering and throwing insults from the sidelines, we would welcome other humanitarian groups to join us and feed the people in Gaza. But despite that, I think we've seen some signs in the past 24 hours now that even the Israelis are acknowledging that this is not a perfect system and that there has indeed been problems. We've seen an update to the instructions that they've given to Israeli troops on the ground for managing the crowds visiting the GHF sites. They've erected signs showing where there are combat zones. They've brought in concrete statues to try and bring people in to where they are. And they say that they have lessons learned into why they are now updating their guidance in order to try and reduce people being shot as they're collecting their aid.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you for joining us. Let's get into this further with Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah, head of pediatrics at Nasser Hospital in Gaza. Doctor, it's a pleasure to have you back on the show. Thank you for joining me. So we just heard from our correspondent in Tel Aviv there. What's your reaction to the numerous charities and NGOs calling for the closure of the GHF?
Thank you for having me, my friend. About the distribution aids, it is a big failure and misleading for the world about that some aids are come inside Gaza, but actually this is a big trick. These aids are centers of trapping the Palestinian people, the young male and the adolescent boys. They are going every morning there because they are hungry, and unfortunately they come back as bodies. I saw a lot of them. I can't imagine that someone who's going there to feed his brothers and his mother or his father and come back killed after targeted in his eye or in his mouth by a good sniper who's dealing with them. This is the first. Second, this is unhumanitarian and immoral method to distribute food. I'm as a doctor, I will not send my boy to go there. I will not go there because it is unhuman being to be dealt with that distribution way, because this is make the Palestinian people, sorry to talk about that, like animals. It is against moral, against humanity, against everything.
And what you said there is very difficult for us to hear. And of course, you are in Gaza, and many people are saying that people will either starve or risk dying when they go to these food aid sites. And can you just tell us, personally for you and for the people of Gaza, where are you getting food from? How are you keeping yourselves, hydrated with good nutrition? Is that actually possible?
My friend, this is harmful for us to express our feeling that starvation was used and thirsty was used as a weapon against the Palestinian people. And this happening in this modern and this in this century. My friend, I'm as a doctor, I'm taking my food. I still suffering from a lot of thirsty, a lot of hungry. We are suffering a lot about everything, about food, about milk, about what we need as a family. It's unbelievable to use this as a target against the Palestinian people. My friend, what is the Israeli government is doing is misleading for the world, misleading for the international community that it is come inside. And what come inside is a very little amount and doesn't answer the little or the minimum point of the critical demand for the Palestinian people. We are talking about closing the borders since nearly 4 months ago. You can imagine, my friend, that 2 million people are under complete obstruction and complete siege, either for everything. And when you start to get something inside Gaza, you just put by this way, and you select what you can get inside and not what they are demand. For example, the infant formula milk is not present nowadays. You can imagine, my friend, that in my NICU, neonatal ICU, I have nearly 20 premature babies without milk. I'm asking for the media. I started a campaign through the medias, through Arabiya, through every channel. Please, you have to save the life for these premature babies. What is the crime that they did to be punished by forbid or try to not allow the milk to get inside Gaza?
And you just spoke to me there about the baby formula. We've heard from you that supplies are running dry because of Israel's blockade and the difficulty of getting aid in. Are you seeing a lot of malnutrition in older children who are also visiting the hospital? And do you have any medical supplies left to actually treat those who need it?
My colleague, today I was taking my daily round on the patient on the malnutrition. I saw a case, her name is Amal al-Bayouk. Amal is nearly 7 years old. Her weight before starvation was 20 kilograms. You can imagine, my friend, please. Nowadays, her weight is just 10 kilograms. She lost 50% of her weight. She lost muscles, she lost fat tissue. She just have the bone covered by skin. She's in very serious and critical general condition. One of the extreme examples for malnutrition. I looked for the eyes for this girl. She was depressed. She was isolated. She can't talk. She can't talk or walk. You know, my colleague, I want to tell you something. I studied medicine since 25 years ago. When we studied about marasmus and the kwashiorkor and hypovitaminosis, we thought that it is theoretical disease. We will not see it in the modern world. We will not see these diseases in the new century. But nowadays, I swear to God, I watch and see every day a lot of aggressive and severe examples of this malnutrition. About the medical supplies, my colleague, we have a lot of lack of medical supplies. The gauze, you know, the very simple gauze that we are using for wounds, for care post-operation, intra-operation, after operation, Nasser Medical Complex have no piece of gauze. You can imagine we have meningitis today in our hospital. We have 40 cases of meningitis. We don't have the method or the analysis to know it is viral or bacterial. We don't have vancomycin and acyclovir, which they are essential drugs for treatment of that. We don't have places in the hospital. We put the patient on the ground, on a mattress on the ground because of fully occupied patient. We have malnutrition. If you ask me what is the cause of this meningitis to be in that number, this is a huge number of meningitis. Meningitis, by definition, it is a serious disease which is inflamed the CSF, cerebral spinal fluid, and the membrane around the membrane around the brain. And it is, if not is treated possibly or early, it will be cause hearing damage, it will cause vision damage, cerebral palsy, delayed in mental and motor milestones. It is unbelievable to be in this situation in this time.
Doctor, you describe such harrowing scenes, but I just want to ask you one further question. Netanyahu and Donald Trump are due to actually meet on Monday. There are suggestions a possible ceasefire deal could happen. If you could send a message to both of these leaders, what would you say to them right now?
My friend, my message is for President Donald Trump, please. Please stand with the humanity and morality and size with the right of the Palestinian people to live, to learn, to travel. We are not ink on paper. We are created by God, and we have the right to live, to learn, to receive medical health, to travel outside, to move as the people all over the world. This is our right. Again, you have my president, Donald Trump, you have to catch the point for make a ceasefire and stop that war, because I'm afraid that we'll reach the point for begging for that, because I'm afraid that we will reach a critical point about something happening for these innocent people, that the history and the international law will judge everyone against what's happening in Gaza nowadays.
Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah, Head of Pediatrics at Nasser Hospital in Gaza. I wish you all the luck and your family. Thank you for speaking to us once again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Now, the US Senate has passed President Trump's one big, beautiful bill. The bill includes increased spending for border security, defense and energy, as well as deductions to healthcare and food support programs. It will now be returned to the lower house of representatives for a final vote before being sent, of course, to Donald Trump to be signed. Let's get the views of Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. OK, it's been 24 hours of debate. It's been touch and go. No one knew what was going to happen. But what's your reaction to the US Senate passing the big, beautiful bill, but it just squeaked through?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it's sobering to come on after the report you just presented, so it all seems relative in terms of importance. But the first thing I would say about this bill is this was expected to pass, and it's just too big to fail. And when I say too big to fail, the same thing will happen in the House. Without this passing, this is the president's signature bill. It fulfills his promise to eliminate taxes on overtime and on tips, and of course extends the vitally important tax cuts that President Trump makes them permanent, enacted in 2017. Without that, every single American would have a tax increase. So it's just too big to fail, but it's difficult to pass legislation with the slim margins in both the House and the Senate, because there are, as we saw during this debate, and you lost 3 Republicans on this, parochial state issues and particular issues that are important to each senator. So it became a very difficult task for Leader Thune to come to this point. But it was never in doubt that it would pass. And frankly, I will advance to you now, and love to have to come back on the show if I'm wrong, that it will pass the House of Representatives. The version of it will be different. What's passed in the Senate, as you noted, now needs to go back to the House, and then the House can make changes to the Senate bill, and then this has to be reconciled in a conference committee and then go back. So a lot of work to be done, especially if we're trying to meet the July 4th deadline that President Trump has as his desired day to sign legislation.
As you say there, a lot of work to be done. You did say to me that you're pretty confident this was going to pass. It wasn't easy for the Republican Party. You mentioned it goes back to the House of Representatives. It's going to face another tough battle there. And I just want you to clarify for me if you think this will be through by the 4th of July, or is there going to be further delays? I think that is now the question that many people are asking.
I think there's a good chance it's July 4th, and that's because the House rules are completely different than the Senate rules. In the simplest terms for the viewers, the House is just the simple majority decides everything. The Senate, every senator has prerogatives, and as we saw, why there was a vote-a-rama, why there was a delay, is the minority has a lot of rights that do not exist in the House. So the House calendar can be expedited, which is an excellent question. There's only a 3-vote majority in the House. So you have 221 Republicans, and you can only afford to lose 3. Last time it only passed by 1 vote. But I go back to what the Speaker said today after the Senate bill passed. We just have to get this done. And the reason is the following. If it's not passed, if I'm wrong, and this legislation does not advance, it hasn't been changed substantially, if it does not advance to the president, then the entire Republican establishment and the president will lose significantly political support among Republicans and among the American people. So that's why I say this. Now, we can get into a lot of the specifics. There are a lot of thorny issues that have to do with local taxes in the states, have to do with Medicaid cuts, as you made reference to, have to do with rural hospitals. So a lot of legitimate debate, but ultimately something President Trump said. Many of you are going to just have to swallow this and vote for it. And keep in mind, this is not unlike legislation the Democrats have passed with Obamacare and other significant bills in the past that have passed by 1 or 2 votes. So when it's something of this magnitude, it is difficult to get 535 people in Congress to agree to anything, much less a 1,000-page complex tax package.
But like you said, Donald Trump has campaigned on many things that are core to this bill, so it's vital the Republicans do get it through. But I want to talk to you a little bit about Elon Musk. He says every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest increase in history should hang their heads in shame. Adelpho, does he have a point? This bill is going to be increasing US debt significantly. It's also going to be taking away almost $700 billion from Medicaid, $260 billion of SNAP benefits. And like what Musk is saying, it's just going to add to the national debt.
Well, he's right and he's wrong. And let me address it this way. And first, the bill actually contains the largest cut, $1.2 trillion, that Congress has ever enacted on current spending, number one. But you're right, it adds to the debt. but it adds to the debt based on something called scoring, and that is projections in the future. The idea is in 2017, when the initial tax cuts were, which are being extended now, were approved, the Congressional Budget Office also projected significant deficits that never materialized because the economy grew. So the banking the Republicans are having is that the actual debt will not be that, because there will be significant economic growth and tax revenues will actually increase because of more economic activity in the country. That's sort of the philosophical debate. But back to the cuts, many of these so-called cuts on Medicaid and the SNAP program and other things have to do with either work requirements, eligibility, questions about whether people should be on these programs at all. Most eligible, if I would say all, eligible Americans will continue to receive those benefits. But to Mr. Musk's point, there was a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, and this is designed to do that. Now, in simple terms, he's right. When you look at the actual numbers, he campaigned on, as you remember, trying to find $2 trillion in cuts and only achieved about 10% of that. So the will to cut is always very, very difficult in Congress. So he has a point in that regard. But the problem is, and you just articulated in your excellent question, most of the cuts can only be had in the entitlement programs in our country. 60% of the budget are the social services that are provided. And there's just not the political will to do so. So the banking is cutting taxes will stimulate the economy and offset the projected deficits by more tax revenue coming in as a consequence of enhanced economic activity.
I could speak to you about this for well over an hour because it is a philosophical debate. It's a fascinating debate that's happening over in the US. It's completely gripping many of us, but we're out of time. Republican strategist Adolfo Franco,
thank you so much.
Thank you for your thoughts. Now, President Trump has attended the official opening of Alligator Alcatraz today, a migrant detention center built on a Florida swamp. The new facility, located on an abandoned airfield in the Everglades National Park, is home to around 200,000 alligators, which can grow up to 15 feet long. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced the new site would cost an estimated $450 million. Earlier, Trump told reporters immigrants held there will have to learn how to dodge the alligators if they try to escape. Take a listen.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%, okay? Not a good thing.
We can now speak to former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert, Dr. Darren Porcher. So before we get into the interview, just a quick reaction there to what Donald Trump had to say. He said, snakes are fast. He's obviously going to teach people how to run away from crocodiles. What do you make of his thoughts there?
I think President Trump is speaking to a level of hyperbole, and we need to focus on the germane component of how can we effectively maintain or house detainees without them being harmed by the animals in the surrounding area. And that's something that we would need the Bureau of Prisons to conduct an analysis on, coupled with OSHA, to ensure that this is a safe facility, because this was erected relatively quickly. I think it was like 10 to 11 days. So it begs the question as to how safe is this detainment process?
Yeah, absolutely. But Dr. Porcher, the mastermind behind Alligator Alcatraz is the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Can you tell us why the runway in the middle of the Everglades is becoming a temporary detention center?
You know, that's the million-dollar question, because when we speak to the deforestation in the Everglades, we have constant construction, which is reducing that national park being the Everglades. So these animals have a right to an existence in their home. And now we're removing that based on instilling a detention facility. So although this is something that Governor DeSantis introduced, I really think that this is not a good position. And I think this is more so driven towards Governor DeSantis gaining press on a national level for whatever his potential run would be after his governorship, because he's going to be term limited out because this is his second term, and it begs the question as to what his next move would be. So I think he's using this as somewhat of a clickbait to gain the notoriety.
So there are only 7,000 ICE agents who currently carry out arrests and deportations. So does this administration need more personnel, resources and detention centres? And is this why we're seeing them go to places like the Everglades?
Well, the federal detention facilities, as it relates to the migrants, have been maxed out. So they need to be afforded a greater level of infrastructure. So the building of additional beds is something that had to happen. But it goes back as to why are we doing this in the Everglades when we have a lot of infrastructure bodies in the United States that could be used. And I think this is something that is more of a deterrence coupled with a statement politically against the unlawful migration than anything else.
And it's interesting because the US administration, the Trump administration, would say because it's cheap, because they don't have to build parameters, you know, people aren't going to try to escape something like that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the quick action from the Trump administration. It's really panicked environmentalists, as you did mention there. The Everglades ecosystem is essentially very fragile. They have filed a lawsuit. They're demonstrating. They're trying to make a big case of opposition to this. But do you think in reality this will make any difference whatsoever?
Unfortunately, I don't think the lawsuit that's going to be introduced from the perspective of the deforestation is going to be something that comes to fruition and ends this facility that's being constructed. You have to look at, if you look at this just in black and white, these are actual tents. These are not cement structures. These are not freestanding permanent structures. They look to be temporary structures. So when I look at how this is going to be effectively managed, it begs the question as to, was this a shotgun reaction on the part of the administration, or is this something they're looking to do long term? Based on the infrastructure that's been established, it doesn't appear to be a long-term detention facility, but at the same token, under Donald Trump's watch, nobody knows what's going to happen, because I find on many instances he makes decisions that are not necessarily the most prudent for the situation at hand.
And Darren, before I let you go, Trump described the Democrats' New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani as a total nut job and a communist. You were a former NYPD lieutenant. Is this an accurate assessment of Mamdani?
Well, when we look to the climate of politics, not just in New York, but on a national level, it's been highly polarized between the Democrats and the Republicans. The one thing that Mamdani has introduced is he's introduced a series of things that he just doesn't have the ability to do, such as free buses, a tax increase, because these are things that come from another aspect of government in the state of New York. But in terms of labeling someone as a nut job, a lunatic, I just think that that's unprofessional, and we need to gear towards a professional agreement, a professional arena where we can engage in a discourse and come up with solutions as opposed to cheap shots that you see the president taking.
Dr. Darren Porcher, criminal justice expert, thank you so much for talking to us about Alligator Alcatraz. A pleasure to have you on.
Thanks for having me, Leon.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Tesla sales dropped around 64% in Sweden and nearly 62% in Denmark in June, continuing a 6-month decline. In contrast, Norway saw a 54% year-on-year rise in registrations, with Model Y sales up. Analysts claim product updates, logistics and shifting consumer sentiment are to blame. Renault will record an $11 billion one-off loss on its Nissan stake in H1, marking a major step back for the decades-old alliance. The write-down reflects Nissan's weak performance amid slumping sales and EV struggles. Despite loss, Renault still expects to meet its goals and will keep working with Nissan. Turning to the sports news now, Kylian Mbappe is set to make his Club World Cup debut as Real Madrid face Juventus in the last 16 on Tuesday at the Hard Rock Stadium. The coach confirmed Mbappe's likely return after illness, joining a squad boosted by Carvajal and Militao. And Carlos Alcaraz battled past Fabio Fognini in 4 hours on Wimbledon's hottest ever opening day, narrowly advancing despite struggling in the heat. He'll now face a British qualifier, Oliver Trafford, in the second round. Meanwhile, on court today, Heather Watson, the Brit, she's out. She got knocked out after facing Carla Torsten, whilst world number one Yannick Sinner, British number one Jack Draper and Novak Djokovic have all been kicking off their campaigns on the second day. It's been dubbed the match of the season. On Monday night, Saudi Arabia side Al Hilal shot to victory in the Club World Cup with a 4-3 win over Manchester City in Orlando, knocking Pep Guardiola's side out of the tournament. Al Hilal now progresses to the quarter-finals. And sports journalist Joe Morrison joins me in the studio to tell me all about it. Back for a second day.
Hello, Leigh Ann.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Mashallah.
Yeah, we're not talking tennis today, we're talking football. Was this result expected, considering they went a goal down initially? It was the last goal was in injury time, extra time. I don't know, you tell me.
Before we begin,
act like I'm gonna know.
Do you like my halal blue?
I like your halal blue.
The royal blue.
The royal blue.
To answer your question, simply, definitely not. No one expected Hilal to beat Manchester City, except obviously the hardcore Hilal fans. Pundits didn't, players didn't. It was momentous, Leigh Ann, and I consider the match, as I'm saying last night, it was the early hours of this morning, I consider it in the same category as when Saudi Arabia beat Argentina in the World Cup in Qatar. That's how momentous it is.
But some people are saying, like, this is the match of the whole season to date. But who was the standout performer to you in the whole? Because I know lots of people, I went online to look at what was going on, and it's the goalkeeper was getting a lot of praise. But for you, who else?
Yassine Bono. Because I know that Marcus Leonardo, he got the goals, the strikers always get the glory, don't they? He got the actual official man of the match, and they get a little trophy. But for me, Yassine Bono, he pulled off, 6-8 stupendous saves in the first half. It is his
job, though, to save goals.
I think he's carried them to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
He carried Morocco to the semi-finals of the World Cup. He's carried Hilal to the quarterfinals. He was that important, especially the first half.
So I just wanted to know, how does the Saudi League now compare to the biggest leagues globally? Because I'm hearing people saying it's better than MLS, the American League. Has this put Saudi in a different tier, in a different spotlight now?
Without a doubt. I mean, better than the MLS, absolutely, which is obviously the American League for those watching who may not know. But it's certainly made a lot of people sit up and take notice. Is it better than the Premier League, for example, or La Liga? No, not quite, not yet. Ronaldo has said it's up there, it's in the top 5 leagues in the world. And I don't think Ronaldo's far away with that comment.
Yeah, he did make that comment, and that's where I did pick it up from, so a little bit of research. But before I let you go, so right now, I don't really know how this all works. It's not my sport of choice. So they are through the qualifying stages, essentially.
Through the group.
Through the group.
Last 16 was the game in the early hours of this morning. We're now into quarterfinals.
So talk to me about quarterfinals. Who do they face next? And do you think they'll win that one?
So quarterfinals, they're up against Fluminense I think they beat Fluminense, the Brazilian side. Then I think they're on the easier side of the draw, because you've got to remember the draw splits in two, and the tougher teams, your Paris Saint-Germain's, your Bayern Munich's, Real Madrid, Juventus that you mentioned earlier on play tonight. They are all on the other side. So I think that they have a better run to the final if they can get past Fluminense, because then it would be Chelsea or Palmeiras in the other semi-finals. So whoever comes through that would be their opponent.
And how's Chelsea been playing this last
season?
Yeah,
they've done well. I mean, obviously they had that ridiculous game where there was the big stoppage. You know, they had, what was it, 4 minutes left to play, and they stopped the game because of thunderstorms? That's like tennis, Leigh.
Oh, no, come on. In tennis now we've got a roof. We've got a roof over Wimbledon. But there was crazy weather in the States while this cup was on. Am I correct in saying that?
It's been ridiculously hot. And
yeah.
I think there's some people in FIFA have short memories. The 94 World Cup, hot, humid, and I think they're going to have to look at that for the World Cup itself, the actual World Cup next year.
But this is exciting, right? We've got to really get behind Al Hilal. We don't know what's to come, but they could go all the way.
They could go all the way. And why not? Yalla Shabab.
There we are. You heard it here first. Joe Morrison, thank you so much for joining me again. Yeah, Joe Morrison there. A reminder of our top stories. Netanyahu will meet Donald Trump at the White House next Monday as the president suggests a Gaza ceasefire deal could be reached within a week. The Senate passed Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill after Vice President J.D. Vance cast a tie-breaking vote. Meanwhile, the U.S. president visits Alligator Alcatraz, the migrant detention center in Florida surrounded by swamp-dwelling reptiles. And Al Hilal's historic win, the Saudi side glide through to the quarterfinals of the Club World Cup after knocking out Manchester City. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be you back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
In the aftermath of the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, I'm going to be speaking to the former CIA Director, General David Petraeus, to get his view on the extent of the damage that's been inflicted on Iran's nuclear facilities by the United States. And I'll be asking him what Iran's options now are and what scope there is for diplomatic engagement between Tehran and Washington. Do join us tomorrow for that exclusive interview with the former CIA Director, General David Petraeus, right here on Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. American newspapers focus today on the Republican senators' vote on several proposed amendments to President Trump's big tax bill in an attempt to gain the support of undecided Republicans. Newspapers reported on the latest developments, while many opinion articles discussed what to expect if the bill is eventually passed. The performance of the US dollar also, and the war in Gaza and the aftermath of the Israel-Iran war continued to draw the attention of many global news outlets and newspapers today. We'll start with the Washington Post, which, like many other American newspapers, reported on Senate Republicans' efforts to win over the final holdouts against President Trump's big, beautiful tax and immigration bill act. The newspaper published a controversial roundtable opinion analysis with two of its columnists about the bill, highlighting the sharply divided opinions surrounding President Trump's bill as it moves through the Senate. Also, supporters argue the bill fulfills Trump's promises by extending tax cuts and boosting defense. But critics from both parties say it goes too far, cutting Medicaid and food assistance, raising energy costs and adding trillions to the deficit. Some also, like Republican Senator Tom Tillis, warn the bill betrays Trump's pledge to protect Medicaid recipients, while analysts note that nearly 12 million Americans could lose health insurance. Others accuse lawmakers of using budget tricks to hide the bill's true cost. Even business leaders and top GOP donors are uneasy about new taxes on clean energy. Despite the drama, most expect the bill to pass, though not without controversy. The Wall Street Journal editorial commented on this as well, saying the Senate claimed that the bill will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit are misleading, blaming Washington's budget math for exaggerating the bill's true fiscal impact. The article spotlights a fierce debate over the true cost of the Senate's new tax and spending bill, while critics and the Congressional Budget Office say it will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit in 10 years. Also, the editorial argues that this figure is misleading. It points out that the official estimate assumes all of Trump's 2017 tax cuts would expire, which is probably or politically unrealistic. The editorial claims that measured against current policy, where tax cuts are extended, the bill would actually save $500 billion over a decade by slowing the growth of programs like Medicaid and food stamps. The article criticizes both parties for using budget tricks and concludes that despite flaws, the deficit blowout claims are exaggerated beltway accounting. The Financial Times reported on the drop in the value of the US dollar as it had the worst start to a year since 1973, tumbling over 10% in the first half of 2025. The report quotes analysts who blame President Trump's unpredictable trade policies, rising government debt, and also pressure on the Federal Reserve to cut rates, all of which have shaken global confidence in the dollar as a safe haven. The piece, by the way, also includes this graph of the US dollar and its value, the US dollar index, depicting this drop since January, showing the performance of the US dollar since 2020. You can see how there is a major drop since the beginning of this year, 2025. Now, the report also also points out that the decline has surprised markets, with the euro and other currencies surging as investors look elsewhere for stability. Trump's new tax and spending bill, expected to add trillions to the deficit, has fueled further concerns and led some investors to pull back from U.S. assets. The piece concludes that while the dollar remains the world's reserve currency, its rapid decline signals growing unease about America's economic direction. After President Trump signed an executive order to lift some financial sanctions on Syria to help stabilize the country, Israel Hayom published a report detailing Syria's reported demands for peace with Israel, as revealed by Lebanon's LBCI news channel and confirmed by regional sources as well. Syria is asking for official Israeli recognition of its new regime, a full withdrawal also from territories captured by Israel last December, and also an end to Israeli airstrikes in Syria, security arrangements as well in the south, and the U.S. guarantees for the Syrian government. The report goes on to say that in return, Syria may recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which is a major shift from past positions. However, sources say there is no firm consensus within Syria's leadership, and some prefer a limited deal rather than full normalization, especially while the Gaza war continues. The piece concludes that while talks are advancing, deep divisions and regional pressures remain. The New York Times published new satellite images showing intense activity at Iran's Fordow nuclear site after recent U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. The images reveal freshly built access roads, cranes, excavators, and crew working near bomb impact sites as Iran inspects the damage to its underground facility. The report also quotes experts who say Iran appears to be assessing the extent of the destruction rather than starting major repairs or reactivating enrichment. The U.S. dropped powerful bunker buster bombs on Fordow on June 22nd, with Israel striking access routes the next day. While President Trump claimed the site was obliterated, analysts and UN nuclear agencies say Iran could resume enrichment within months. The piece concludes that despite visible damage, Iran's nuclear program may not be fully halted. In its editorial, the Jerusalem Post highlights a troubling rise in violent attacks by extremist Jewish settlers in the West Bank, calling them the cancer of lawbreakers, with incidents increasing 30% in the first half of 2025. These attacks target Palestinians, or not just Palestinians, also Israeli soldiers, undermining societal norms and Israel's values. The editorial criticizes policy shifts under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government, which have emboldened these fringe elements, as it says. It goes on to say that while most Jewish residents in the territory seek peaceful coexistence and have valiantly served in the IDF, a small but growing group of lawbreakers threatens stability. The editorial welcomes the formation of a police task force to work with the IDF and security agencies to curb this violence. It concludes that this internal threat must be addressed decisively before it spreads, framing the issue as a matter of right and wrong beyond political divides. To The Guardian, which published a report highlighting a disturbing new Russian tactic in Ukraine's shadow war, recruiting young, desperate Ukrainians via Telegram for what seems like minor jobs, only to trick them into becoming unwitting suicide bombers. The story follows Ole, a 19-year-old who thought he was hired for a paint attack, but discovered he was carrying a crude bomb meant to kill him and others. Ukrainian security services say Russia has organized dozens of such attacks, often targeting teenagers and the unemployed, using a mix of promises, manipulation, and blackmail. The SBU has launched school awareness campaigns and set up reporting tools to counter this threat. The article concludes that Ukraine is a testing ground for Russian hybrid warfare, with fears these tactics could indeed spread to Europe. As wildfires rage across Turkey and weather alerts have been issued in France, Italy and Portugal, as a heat wave grips the Mediterranean, Le Monde interviewed Magali Regazazit, who is a geographer specializing in adaptation to climate change and former member of the High Council for Climate. Regazazit, in his interview, highlights the growing struggle to cope with extreme heat as climate change accelerates. He warns that emergency responses are no longer enough, and the gap between what needs to be done and what is actually happening is widening each year. Schools and workplaces are especially unprepared, with heat waves now disturbing exams and making classrooms and outdoor jobs indeed unsafe. The interview emphasizes the urgent need to renovate buildings for summer comfort, rethink school schedules and update labor laws to protect workers. Regazazit emphasizes that cities must adopt structural solutions like thermal renovations and more green spaces, not just rely on air conditioning. The piece concludes that investing in climate adaptation now will cost less than dealing with the consequences of inaction later. And we'll go back to the New York Times, where we will end with a special report published by the newspapers highlighting the global race between the US and China to shape the future of energy. The report points out that China is rapidly expanding its clean energy industries, building more wind turbines and solar panels than the rest of the world combined, and exporting electric vehicles and batteries worldwide. Meanwhile, of course, President Trump's US is doubling down on fossil fuels, pushing allies to buy American oil and gas and rolling back clean energy policies. The piece notes that China's dominance in renewables is shifting global alliance and giving Beijing a new economic and political power, while the US risks falling behind in the fast-growing green economy. It concludes that the world's energy future and who leads it will be decided by which model other countries choose to follow. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
When does free speech become hate speech? And how much influence does the Israeli lobby have over who can say what on the stage? Like Kneecap before them, punk duo Bob Vylan has stirred up debate about just how far protest music should go. Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, turning our attention now to Gaza, where there are no signs of a let-up in the violence. At least 58 people are reported to have been killed today. That's the latest information we've got. This happened in Israeli strikes. This as Israeli tanks pushed into the eastern suburbs of Gaza City, shelling several areas, while Israeli aircraft bombed at least 4 schools. This after ordering hundreds of families sheltering inside to leave. Well, residents have described this latest bombardment as some of the worst in weeks. Meanwhile, in the southwest of Gaza, there was deadly gunfire at the Nasser hospital, which is in Khan Yunis. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump is once again calling for an end to the 20-month-old war in Gaza. On Sunday, President Trump wrote on his Truth social media platform, "Make the deal in Gaza, get the hostages back," he wrote. Well, as part of the latest diplomatic push for an end to the fighting in Gaza, Israel's Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer is holding talks at the White House with a view to discussing next steps. Meanwhile, in Israel itself, 2/3 of people, according to one poll, say they want the war in Gaza to come to an end. And during the course of the weekend, people took to the streets in Tel Aviv demanding a ceasefire. Meanwhile, in the UK, the BBC has apologised today for not cutting off their live stream of the Glastonbury Music Festival, where a British band made anti-Israel remarks. Well, the band in question, called Bob Vylan, is accused of leading the crowds with chants of death to the IDF, referring to the Israeli military. While the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has added his voice to the debate, saying that there was no excuse for what he called appalling hate speech. Well, Prime Minister Starmer also expressed his opposition to the Irish rap trio called Kneecap, who also performed at the Glastonbury Music Festival. Well, the band, whose members have also been highly critical of Israel and its military campaign in Gaza, led chants of Free Palestine at that festival. Well, for more, we can cross to Birmingham in the United Kingdom. We can speak to the Palestinian academic and analyst, Professor Kamal Hawash. Professor Hawash, always a pleasure talking to you. I'd just like to start by asking you, just set the scene for our viewers. How much of a front-page news story is this in the UK?
Well, I mean, I first heard about it last night, the evening of when it happened, and I've been following the developments. It's on all the newspapers, front page, TV stations, radio, and so on, which concerns me because it has become, in a way, a distraction from what is happening on the ground, which is the continuing genocide that Israel is carrying out in Palestine, in Gaza. I've seen scenes this morning that are absolutely horrendous of children, women, men being brought to what remains of the medical system to treat them. So for this, I don't know what this artist was thinking. Obviously, we can't get inside his head. But the way it has sort of come out, both in terms of what he said and the question about the coverage by the BBC, will distract from what Israel is doing, which is a continuation of the most horrendous crimes of this century.
Yeah, okay, so we've got these two sets of artists. One's a duo, one's a trio. One's called Bob Vylan, the other's called Kneecap. I mean, would you say that those sorts of artists are helpful or unhelpful to the Palestinian cause, given that they have detracted, as you said, from some of the realities of that cause?
I mean, first of all, there is no doubt that the support for the Palestinian people, as the pictures come out of Gaza over the past 650 or so days, people have found to be absolutely horrendous and shocking. And the fact that this is happening in this century, with our governments remaining silent, has shocked people. So it's got into all sectors, including the arts sector. People judge what they want to say and do. They don't consult the Palestinian people about it. Just like this particular slogan, if you want, that Vylan decided to say, I don't think he tried to understand its impact, what it could be, and maybe he thought it would be interpreted one way, but it's been interpreted in a very different way, particularly playing into the hands of the Israelis. I've heard a number of spokesmen today who will turn it into Jew hatred and anti-Semitism and so on. So it's difficult to know how they come to do what they do. Only one person had the microphone, and that was him, and he came out with that. But it does show that Israel is being seen as an atrocious criminal terrorist state that's carrying out a Holocaust, They look to their governments and they see that they're not doing enough. The killing in Gaza continue. So some of them take that into their own hands through whichever platform they have.
Would you say, though, that these two sets of artists went beyond the lines of what's acceptable for artists expressing their opinions?
I think Israel has gone beyond the line, the red lines of all sorts of things. Because let's be clear, this guy shouted the slogan. He didn't attack or conduct violence against anyone. Israel is killing people, human beings, children, women, starving them, depriving them of the most basic necessities. That's the extremism. If there are any lines, Israel has left no red lines that it didn't cross. So the question of why an individual has done what they've done is up to them. We each try to do what we can in this context to support the Palestinian people, and that he decided, in a 30-second sort of period to come up with this this phrase. Now, what I do not know, because we're not inside his head, and I don't want to defend him, but did he mean it is targeted at ending the IDF as an organization, as a criminal entity that commits war crimes, whose soldiers have gone into Palestinian homes and ransacked them, worn women's clothes, sat there with a button, pressed it to say, this house destruction is for my wife or for my daughter? Really? So if that's the institution he's talking about, I think most people are absolutely appalled with this institution. I don't think he was targeting, but again, I can't get inside his head and confirm this, that he was targeting the killing of any individual. Okay. But those who commit crimes should face accountability. And the accountability should come from their own countries. If there are British people, dual citizenship of Israel, who go and commit war crimes and come back to the UK, they must be held accountable according to British law.
Okay, but Professor, I mean, if, however, they didn't mean what you were saying, they weren't calling for the death of an institution, but they're calling for the deaths of Israeli soldiers, would you accept that calling for the deaths of people is hate speech, as the British Prime Minister has said it is?
Well, he takes everything out of context. It's because he wants to defend Israel. That's what Keir Starmer is doing, and others. I've heard a lot of this. Again, we don't know what was inside his head when he said this and what he really meant. But he didn't call for the killing of civilians. If what he was saying was directed at criminals wearing a uniform, going into Palestinian areas and attacking and killing the Palestinian people, and I say if, I don't know what was inside his head, but I'm not going to therefore take a stand and say what he said was wrong, because I don't know what he intended in his own head.
Okay. Some artists will be very nervous now to express their opinions about what's happening in Gaza. Do you see that as being a real risk, that given that people will be accused of anti-Semitism for saying something against Israel, in this case what's been labelled as hate speech, that's going to detract from the goals of the Palestinian cause? Is that a concern you have?
Well, I mean, look, even those who didn't come out with a phrase like that, who've been on Palestinian marches, artists, actors, actresses, musicians, etc., have feared the fact that they would be targeted. And even though they have not said anything like that phrase, they have been labeled anti-Semitic simply for being in a speaking at a demonstration where there was a shout for free Palestine, or Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. So they've been accused of being anti-Semitic, not for their words, but just being present to show solidarity with the people who are under so much oppression. So, but I think we're getting to a point where Israel has crossed every line, and that people feel, so be it. I will speak with the articulation that I can, whatever field they are in, to show my support for the Palestinian people, to say to our government, you're not doing enough You are not doing enough. Why are you selling weapons to Israel and continuing to do that? Why are you flying planes out of Cyprus to provide the Israelis with intelligence? Israel is committing war crimes on a daily basis. It is committed to ethnic cleansing the Palestinians. So that's what people see. So the accusation of being anti-Semitic, well, they have absolutely, the Israelis have emptied anti-Semitism of the seriousness that it has in it, which is what I learned when I first came to the UK, or soon after. Anti-Semitism is the hatred of Jews because they are Jews. What Israel has tried to do is to make any criticism of Israel to be anti-Semitic, to say that Israel was created as a racist entity, anti-Semitic. They have tried to close the space for any criticism. And even when the Palestinians have gone to the International Criminal Court, they've called that legal terrorism. When they've called for boycotts, they've said that is economic terrorism. So that is what everyone is really angry about. This state feels it can do whatever it likes, and unfortunately is doing whatever it likes, like attacking Iran, a country that didn't do anything to it. So people are really angry. And therefore, it is first of all and foremost the fault of Netanyahu and his government and the state of Israel for committing the crimes that they do. But secondly, for the so-called allies who still support Israel and have come out in big numbers today to condemn what happened at Glastonbury, rather than say, we're not going to go and make that interview with the television about that. We would go and talk about what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, because that has got to stop for humanity's sake.
And Professor, as an academic in the UK, and obviously you get asked about, the issues in the Palestinian territories all the time, I expect. Do you find yourself having to be extra careful and having to make yourself extremely clear? Because you yourself must be targeted and accused of anti-Semitism on a regular basis, I'd imagine, aren't you?
Not all the time, but the point that I would make is the following. I live in a democratic country. I know the limits of what we are able to say or do, and I remain within them. But that the issue of hate speech, the issue of anti-Semitism, I will not accept Israel defining or the pro-Israel lobby defining what that is. For example, everyone knows, there are also people who claim that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is an anti-Semitic phrase because it calls for the destruction of Israel. No, it doesn't. It calls for the end of this regime that is oppressing the Palestinian people and the end of the occupation. And by the way, Palestinians live all over that land, and they have different color cards for that. But the other thing about from the river to the sea, none of them asked the Likud party to cancel it, to strike it out of their charter. So that's what their charter says. But nobody has asked the Likud party to cross that out, because they genuinely believe that that is their land, but it isn't. It is the Palestinian people's land that had Israel foisted on it.
There was a lot of applause during the Glastonbury Festival when those artists came on stage and said the things they said. What do you read into that?
Well, there's no doubt that, first of all, people went to enjoy themselves at a music festival. How they behave, is down to them. There are, in terms of the pictures we saw, there's a huge amount of support for Palestine because of what Israel is doing. And therefore, when they see artists, standing with the Palestinian people, and again, let's detach that from the particular phrase, because that's what they want. The Israelis want everyone to focus on that rather than on the atrocities that they are committing. So when these are famous artists who play really good music for the audience that was there. So people were applauding them, one, for the music that they play, and secondly, for the support for the Palestinians. Now, you can read into this what you want as to whether they were supporting the particular slogan or not.
Okay, and Professor, I mean, as an academic in the UK, and you've explained to us, you know how to navigate the lines of what's sayable and what is unsayable in the UK and in other countries as well. What would be your advice to artists who want to express their opinions about what's happening in Gaza and in other parts of the Palestinian territories, but without crossing those red lines?
I think it is important that they are in touch with the solidarity movement here, the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, and so on, and watching what is happening and taking advice in that way. But also, they are as I am in a democratic country. You need to be careful about what you say, but you mustn't be intimidated and therefore, pushed away to say nothing. If you want to write a song supporting Palestine, write a song. If you want to make a film about what's happening in the Palestinian territories, and as we saw, the BBC stopped documentaries being broadcast for the wrong reasons. A child who was talking about what it was like for children in Gaza, the program about him was pulled simply because his father was a member of Hamas. Well, watch the video, criticize it, debate it. But so I think they should continue to support the Palestinian people in their own way. Clearly, the problem isn't with the Jewish people here in the UK. The problem is with the country that is called Israel, that claims to represent the Jews, and therefore it claims that the atrocities it is committing are in the name of Jews. They are not. They are in the name of the people who order them and commit them, and that is the Israeli government and the IDF.
Okay, and just lastly, the police are on the case with regards to what happened at Glastonbury. In your opinion, were any crimes committed at Glastonbury in this regard?
I can't answer that. It is very much for the courts to determine this. So I will watch like everyone else to see which clause of a particular law that they will bring to say that the crimes were committed. But I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not able really to offer you an answer on that.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Kamal Hawash, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
When does free speech become hate speech? And does that line change when you throw creative arts into the mix? Like Kneecap before them, punk duo Bob Vylan has stirred up debate about just how far protest music should go. Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Punk music, at its very core, is political. Bands have been calling for the death of capitalism, governments, the Queen, conservative institutions for decades. So why were people so surprised and so outraged to hear a punk band at Glastonbury chanting politics? Well, they argue this goes too far.
Free, free! Free, free! Alright, but have you heard this one, though? Death, death to the IDF! Death, death to the IDF! Death, death to the IDF!
That's UK band Bob Vylan. The pair are facing the same scrutiny and potential charges as Irish rappers Kneecap. Both have been called out for speaking out on stage. This was filmed at a Kneecap gig earlier in the year. In both cases, politicians have taken up the cause, governments have demanded action, and police are investigating. Are we witnessing the end of protest music or just the start of accountability for irresponsible artists? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, when does free speech become hate speech? Why other artists who displayed anti-Israeli messages haven't been targeted? And do individuals risk more by speaking out than the governments they're protesting against? Joining me to debate that line between free speech and hate speech is Tig Hickey, the Irish satirist and political activist, and Emily Schrader, the Israeli-American journalist, author and social activist. We appreciate both of you here on Counterpoints. The furor over the weekend's Glastonbury Festival fall into almost two camps. There are those who think the musicians went too far, and there are those who think the regulators and politicians have gone too far. Calling for the death or the demise or the downing of something or someone in protest music is nothing new. It's what many bands have built their entire careers on. So, Tig, why do you think that these two cases, we're talking Bob Vylan, we're talking Kneecap, why are they being treated differently?
Well, they're being treated differently because they have had the temerity to stand up against the ongoing genocide going on in Gaza. And I think a very clear bit of evidence for that is that the act Bob Vylan has always been an anti-imperialist, anti-authority, anti-racist act. If people would like to refer to their lyrics have always been very, very strong on British authority and the British establishment. There's never been any issue. In fact, nobody in the British establishment has paid them any real attention, even though they're extremely well thought of in the punk scene. Now they're suddenly being banned and banished because they've had the temerity to stand up, particularly to British complicity in this ongoing genocide in Gaza. And I think it is an absolute disgrace and shameful that the British establishment is choosing to focus on some naughty words of a punk band in a field when the ongoing story that should be centred is that Britain is up to its eyes in the ongoing mass slaughter in Palestine. Just this weekend, we had a Haaretz article on Friday detailing Israeli soldiers themselves admitting that they're shooting to kill, that there's wanton death and destruction going on in Gaza. We've had more carpet bombing than we've seen in recent times. Mm-hmm. We've had the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which should be called the Gaza Extermination Foundation, killing upwards of 400 or 500 people since it came into being. And the British media want to talk about censoring a punk act. I think it is shameful, and people who will look back in this period will scratch their heads at how we have totally lost our moral compass.
OK, Emily, what do you make of what Tig has said? Why do you think these particular bands are being treated differently from other protest bands in the past?
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that they're being particularly treated drastically differently. I also think it's important to note that there are many, many musicians and artists of different kinds who have said that they support Palestinians or who have called free Palestine or all number of different things. That's quite a bit different from calling for the death of an entire group of people serving in a mandatory draft military that they do not even have an option to not be a part of. So it's quite a bit different when you're talking about death to someone versus a protest song or a protest lyric. And I think that that's part of the controversy. When it comes to Kneecap, there was an additional controversy because they have flown Hezbollah flags. This is a designated terrorist organization in many countries, including the UK, and holding a flag like that is technically illegal in the UK and in many other places as well. But even if it wasn't, why you would be supporting an Islamist terrorist group that is responsible for the deaths of countless, by the way, Arab Muslims, far less than actual Israelis on the ground, is beyond me. I don't think that this is anything to do with solidarity with Palestinians. This is an embrace of extremism, and perhaps it's coming from a place where people are frustrated by things, and frustration may be legitimate, but that doesn't legitimize condoning the use of terrorism for political purposes.
Tig, pick up on that, what Emily's saying. Flying the Hamas flag, which we saw from Kneecap, they're a designated terrorist organisation, and saying death to the IDF, isn't that taking it a step too far than just saying free Palestine?
Well, I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that vast swathes of the global south would see the IDF as akin to a terrorist organisation. They would see Israel as illegally occupying Palestine. And many people in the West now are coming round to the realisation of just how brutal, just how oppressive the settler colonial project of Zionism is in Palestine. And I think to demonise the resistance is getting harder and harder for the Israelis when on our phones every day we are seeing the brutal effects of the Israeli war machine all over the region. So in my view, when an artist, in the context of a gig particularly, says death to the IDF, by the way, he's not calling for the killing or the murder of individual people. He is commenting on what I would perceive to be a war. It might have started off as some sort of war. It's now an absolute genocide between an oppressive colonial force and people who are resisting that oppressive colonial force. In every context I can think of, you would say death to the enemy. If people support the Ukrainian war effort, as Wes Streeting went on record as saying recently, he said, oh, well, I wouldn't like to see the death of Russian soldiers. Well, unfortunately, that's what happens. That's conflict. There's a complete logical disconnect. If you want your side to win, the other side has to lose. And so to say death to the IDF is not calling for the death or killing of individual Israelis or Jewish people. It's calling for the death and the end to this oppressive military machine, which has carried out war crimes on a daily basis, admitted by their own human rights organizations and their own press in Israel. That's the story. And British complicity in that ongoing genocide is the story. To be centering the speaking points of a punk band or kneecap is a disgrace to the victims of this ongoing Holocaust.
Your face there, Emily, tells me you disagree.
Obviously, I disagree. I mean, I think also some of the claims that have just been made are not entirely accurate. Also, when it comes to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, I mean, the entire reason they're there in the first place is because the UN has failed repeatedly to be able to distribute aid, even after Israel had approved trucks upon trucks upon trucks of humanitarian aid. It still wasn't distributed. Now, I can't fault them completely for that, because a lot of the problem that they're facing on the ground in Gaza is coming from Hamas. It's coming from the corruption of Hamas. It's coming from the fact that they have stolen aid. They have shot Palestinians in the process of doing so.
Literally
and one
no
of the only
evidence.
bodies, one
There
of
is
the
no
only bodies,
evidence.
that's not true. There's plenty of evidence. Look at Arabic social media. There's plenty of evidence. In addition to
Arabic
that, it's the
social
Gaza
media.
Humanitarian Foundation.
Where's the authorities? Where are the authorities speaking that Hamas is to blame?
That has sent out
Where?
millions of meals to Palestinians in need in the Gaza Strip, including just in the past few days, millions of meals were distributed. The controversy has arisen because there are multiple groups who have been trying to get to these points at the same time. In addition to the fact he mentioned the article in Haaretz, this is something that the IDF flat out denied. In addition to that, they stated that they will be conducting an additional investigation into this. However, anybody who is directed to fire at civilians directly, this is a contradiction inherently of the rules of conflict of the IDF itself. So this wouldn't happen.
Emily, I'm going
If
to direct
someone
us
did
back to our free
incorrectly,
speech. Our free
that
speech
should be
debate.
investigated. But what he's saying is not the case, and neither was what Haaretz reported.
Okay.
When it comes to free speech, when it comes.
All
to
right.
free
So let me
speech,
ask you this then,
I don't
Emily.
know-
If we had a band, a different band, say, at a different venue, a different gig, chanting death to the Navy SEALs or death to Scotland Yard if they're talking about police brutality, do you think they would experience the same backlash as what we've seen for Bob, Villain and Kneecap?
I think yes. I think you would see quite a bit of controversy over something like that. As I said at the beginning, calling for death to someone is very different than a political protest or a line. Even what he said, that they have a problem with the ideology or they have a problem with whatever. There's such a thing as legitimate criticism and there's such a thing as illegitimate criticism. And when you're talking about death to an entire army of mandatory drafted 18-year-olds, that's quite a bit different than protesting. I do think you would see a lot of controversy if people said this about someone else. And I want to add one more thing about it that's especially egregious, and that is that the entire theme of Glastonbury was supposed to be about unity and respect and love. And this is something that is their values of many music festivals, of many artistic festivals, but especially music. And so to have someone do this, to use this festival music that's supposed to bring people together who have different views and who have different backgrounds, and to use that as a tool to call for death to an entire group of people, no matter who those people are, it's very, very problematic. If somebody had done the same thing about Hamas, which actually is a terrorist organization, unlike the IDF, I also would say that it's not appropriate to use that type of language at a music festival, much less to broadcast it to millions of people. And I think that Bob Dylan was wrong. I think that Glastonbury was wrong. They should have known that these kinds of issues may come up, and they should have warned the artists about politicizing this issue and calling for violence, especially at a time of rising terrorism, of rising anti-Semitism, and of rising violence, including inside the UK.
Tig, what do you think about that? We just had Emily talking about, you know, the intervention from the BBC. Should the BBC have apologised? Are we looking at the politicisation of music festivals, media, arts?
Well, I think firstly on for instance on Bob Dylan. So Bob Dylan has lyrics in his songs that talk about you know, kill the Queen and FUCK Britannia. They've played gigs. They've definitely been on BBC before. They've only come to the attention because of the work, and we got to give them credit, the great work of the Israel lobby, both in Britain and in the US, which worked at extraordinary speed to get the band's visas revoked, I think in a couple of days. Extraordinary. If only the establishment could act as quickly for the people carrying out the genocide, British and US citizens, I think the world would be a much better place. Emily talks an awful lot about the mandatory conscription in Israel, but so-called terrorist organizations like Hamas, they never have mandatory conscription. You know, all these evil terrorist organizations, they never compel anybody, least of all women. They treat women with an awful lot more respect and consideration without compelling them to be part of the movement. I don't think that's necessarily a black mark against the terrorist organizations that women have a choice whether to join them or not. But I think the bigger question here that we need to look at is not so much Bob Dylan, not so much Kneecap, but it's the 40,000 people in the audience shouting back those chants, the righteous anger of those people. Emily might believe that I'm anti-Semitic. She might believe that Bob Dylan is anti-Semitic, Kneecap, the UN, the Pope. But the fact is that not all these people can surely logically be anti-Semitic, not the little old ladies that I go on marches with every week. All these people are righteously angered at the shooting of children in the head, at the organised mass starvation of the Gaza Extermination Foundation, which 100 charities have come out today to condemn as insufficient and, I quote, deadly.
Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that, Emily, but I'm going to move on to our next segment because what Tig brings up plays into exactly what I want us to cover, because we've got Bob Dylan, we've got Kneecap. They weren't the only bands or artists at Glastonbury to show their support for the Palestinian cause over that weekend. Now, among some of the numerous others who did was the Australian band Amyl and the Sniffers. Now, they've come out on social media to support Bob Dylan and Kneecap, saying that the media frenzy is trying to make it look like these were isolated incidents from what they called bad bands, rather than the status quo. So, Emily, to that point and to what Tig was saying, what do you make of that argument from other bands that were there, that the highlighting of only these two bands is a way to change the conversation and make it look like these were two bad apples?
I'm not sure that's the case at all. The fact that other bands made statements is something I actually referenced at the beginning of even this conversation now. There were other groups, other individuals. There were people who had Palestinian flags. whatever. I mean, people can say what they like, but the reason people are focusing on the two particularly more extreme examples is because they involved explicit calls to violence or support for designated terrorist organizations. And I think that distinction is very, very important and needs to be made. And as for the assumption that a mass of 40,000 people chanting something, whatever it may be, cannot possibly all be anti-Semitic, I would direct you to history when it comes to rallies for the Nazis or mass organizations calling for death to America and death to Israel and the Islamic Republic, which I know you love so much. And also, I think that the idea that Hamas or other Islamist terrorist organizations don't have mandatory draft for women is somehow feminist or empowering to women. That is really, really rich. I mean, it's hard to have a response to such a ridiculous argument. Yeah, Hamas, which invaded Israel's sovereign borders on October 7th and mass raped people. Yeah, that makes at a music festival, no less, at a music festival, somewhere where they kidnap people, that there are still hostages in Gaza. It's absolute insanity. There is no logic to this argument. I hesitate to even respond to it because it's so ridiculous, but I think it does need to be called out.
Well, thank you so much for dignifying me with your response, Emily. I really appreciate that. And do you know what? God grant me the arrogance to be a Zionist, in the context of defending what we have seen.
I don't think you need any more arrogance, actually. I mean, after all, you received an award for your activism for Palestinians given by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Yeah, Islamic Republic of Iran. You're a satirist. You went to the Islamic Republic of Iran where satire is outlawed and punishable by time in prison. Like, where do you get off?
So that's not true.
You don't need any more arrogance. You don't need any more arrogance.
Satire is outlawed. Well, I suppose your viewers at home can have a look to see if satire is outlawed in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Listen, Emily, we're done. We're done with the crap. We're done with the Zionist talking points. We're done with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is delivering all these meals and it's doing it in this wonderful humanitarian spirit.
Palestinians starve,
we have
right?
seen a scale of war crime that we will never be able to unsee. And I think that's the key point.
Yeah,
you're underestimating
actually, no,
the effect
of
20 months of us watching the most heinous war crimes imaginable.
You're shilling for the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is an
compare the audience at Glastonbury to a Nuremberg rally, that's absolutely fine. But we're not buying it anymore, Emily. We're not buying it. The jig's up.
It has nothing to do with buying it. It has to do with your faulty logic. You're claiming that 40,000 or 30,000 or however many thousand can't be wrong. I'm saying that's not the case. And it doesn't matter if they're chanting against Jews or Arabs or any other group of people. The idea that because there is a mass that is inflamed and saying something aggressive, calling for violence, that they can't all be wrong is a logical fallacy.
And Emily, here's another logical fallacy. Do you think that 40,000 people waving Palestine flags, shouting death to the IDF, has anything at all to do with the atrocities of the IDF that we're all watching on our phone every day for 20 months and not so much to do with anti-Semitism? Could you answer that question?
I think it has a lot to do. Yeah, I can. I think it has a lot to do with the disinformation that's being spearheaded, especially by people like you, who continue to sanitize and whitewash the crimes against humanity being committed against disproportionately Arab Muslims in the Arab Muslim world. They have colonized Iraq. They have colonized Syria. They have colonized Lebanon. They have colonized Yemen. All of these countries are projects of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is the actual colonizer in this region, which is the leading terrorist entity in this region and is the core of the problem in the Middle East, including, by the way, in Gaza.
Melinda, could I just ask one last question, please?
You can, and then I'm going to move you both on shortly. Go ahead, Tyke.
I just wanted to ask Emily if, I know she condemns, death to the IDF. That's absolutely unconscionable from her perspective. I just wondered if she would condemn, there are no innocent civilians in Gaza, Isaac Herzog, president of Israel. One of the options is to drop a nuclear bomb on Gaza. Israel Minister of Heritage. Those are animals. They have no right to exist.
This was condemned by the Israeli government. You're aware of that, right?
Flatten Gaza, no time for mercy.
Condemned by the Israeli government.
Knesset. Wipe Gaza off the face of the earth.
The statements you are reading have been condemned by the Israeli government. And if they are not, they're referring to Hamas.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to our final segment because we're going to run out of time, and I want to make sure we get these last points in because I think you're both going to have some really interesting things to say on it because, as I can tell, we are already getting a really engaged debate, and we appreciate both of your comments. The Israeli lobby is widely regarded as one of the most powerful in the world, and it was very quick to speak out and demand action against both of the artists. Kneecap was dropped by their booking agents, a few months ago, and Bob Vylan's US visa, as we've heard from Tig, has been cancelled before its upcoming tour. So, Emily, let me ask you, is this hypocritical from a country that fames itself as land of the free, where free speech is enshrined in the Constitution?
Well, I don't think that incitement to violence, especially with a high likelihood of something actually happen, which we have seen, including in the United States, is protected speech under the U.S. Constitution. Yes, the United States has a very broad interpretation of free speech. They always have, much more so than we see in many European countries. But when it comes to hate speech, this is not protected speech. There is a plethora of evidence of legal precedent when it comes to that debate. And I think that when we're talking about a time when there is really a almost unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism, where you have Jewish individuals being targeted on the streets. We have synagogues and Jewish centers that have nothing to do with Israel that are being targeted. We've had open calls to violence and attacks on Jewish people in many major American cities. So they are right to be concerned about this conflict because there is a level of disinformation and subversion when it comes to telling the story about what's happening in Israel or in Gaza that we're seeing through social media. A lot of it is artificial. A lot of the narratives that we see be the most prevalent on social media are not, in fact, accurate and are not, in fact, reflective of what the public in those countries actually thinks. So, for example, if you're on X today, you might think that something is much more severe or prominent than it would be according to statistical polling of public opinion of what people think is going on in Gaza or in Israel. So there is a disconnect here between what we're seeing on social media and subverted narratives that conveniently seem to align and advance the interests and the agenda of regimes like the Islamic Republic of Iran and Russia on social media. So we can't always believe everything that we're seeing online. And so I think that the response from the U.S. government is justified in this scenario. I think that they're concerned about ongoing upticks in violence. And this is exactly what we would have expected, I think, from this administration in the U.S., whether you agree with them or not. It certainly isn't a surprise.
Tig, let me put this to you. If you're a band, you're an artist, and you're going to say things that you know are provocative, and then you're going to stand by them, shouldn't it just be, well, too bad if you don't like the consequences? They said it and they stuck to it, and they just have to wear what comes their way.
I'm sure they will accept the consequences. I mean, if I have a sense of Bob Vylan and I have a decent sense of Kneecap because they're from my own country and I think they're incredible artists, they will take the consequences completely. They're anti-imperialist, anti-racist acts. And I know Bob Vylan has already come out today and made a statement about the fact that it means more to him to be standing up and doing the right thing. And I think history will vindicate him. I think history will look back in this period, as I say, and they talk about this story being centered at a moment where, and supposedly this is to make Jewish people feel safer. Now, I am at rallies with Jewish people. I speak to Jewish people all the time. Jewish people are some of the strongest voices in the pro-Palestinian movement, as everyone knows. So to, again, conflate Judaism and Zionism, it's the oldest trick in the book from the Zionist perspective. But again, we're not buying it. Nobody's buying it. I don't for a moment feel like, I know many fans of Kneecap, for instance, who are Jewish. They don't feel unsafe by what Kneecap are doing. And even if it was a sense that we have to make Jewish people feel more safe, of course, I would support that whatsoever. But to totally ignore the fact that dozens of Arab Muslim Palestinians are being killed every single day. And Emily says, don't believe everything you read online. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But I have friends. My friend Nick Maynard is a surgeon, a British surgeon in Gaza right now. He's texting me every night going, 12 and 13-year-old boys are coming in here malnourished. He's seeing kids who have been shot in the head. Like, who's doing this? Like, would Emily acknowledge at all anything that the Israeli army have done in the last 20 months that she would say is completely wrong, that it shouldn't have happened? Why are all these people being murdered every day? Why is it still going on? That's the story A punk act saying something in a field is not the story. And you can say that I'm shilling for Iran, but actually everyone I speak to who's not shilling for Iran, like grannies in Ireland, ordinary people who are just outraged at children being killed, are we all anti-Semitic? Is that where you want this logic to conclude to, that we're all anti-Semitic and that the Israelis have never done anything wrong?
So I haven't said at any point in this conversation that you're anti-Semitic or that anyone who criticizes Israel is anti-Semitic, for the record. But when it comes to what's happening in Gaza, I mean, you've named several examples of, 10 or even a few days ago, there was a report about 30 Palestinians who were killed. And even after investigations from BBC, from multiple independent media agencies, they weren't able to verify that the claims being made by some of these Hamas-controlled and Hamas-led organizations and bodies of the Gaza government were accurate at all. They don't know who is responsible for what shooting, because a lot of what has happened has been at the hands of Hamas. We have testimonies from many Palestinians on the ground saying that it is Hamas who is shooting at them. So your claims are not entirely valid when you're talking about something that's happening in the context of an ongoing war. And you say, why is this happening? It's happening because it's a war. It's happening because it's a war that we did not start, that Hamas started, that they wanted, and they have refused to surrender. They have refused to give up governance. And most importantly, they have refused to return the hostages. And you cannot sit there and say, oh, well, why is any of this happening when they still are holding hostages? They haven't even tried. How many offers has Israel made? How many times has Israel tried to have a ceasefire in order to
before we get into the ceasefire debate, because I know you're going to jump on that, Tig, I'm going to draw us back to our point because we've only got about 5 minutes left. Emily, let me ask you, do you think that individuals are risking more by speaking out than the governments that they're protesting against? We've seen international arrest warrants for people on both sides of this conflict. Do you think the individuals are being dealt a harsher punishment in a real, immediate, real-world sense than the governments they're protesting?
You mean then the governments they're protesting against? So as in people who are protesting against Israel are receiving a harsher consequence than Israel?
Than the Israeli government officials who have also been sanctioned, but nothing seems to happen, obviously. They're quite immune to international criminal courts, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think on its face, that's true, because anytime you're talking about and it's not specific to this conflict, anytime you're talking about an individual who's taking action, they are likely risking more than any government. That's just the way that the world works. Now, should it be that way? That's a whole other issue. But yeah, I would say that, of course. I also want to differentiate once again that there is a significant difference between protest something and being an activist against something and supporting a terrorist organization, supporting a regime that is seeking to destroy the rest of the Middle East, destabilize the Middle East, and wipe entire countries off the map, like the Islamic Republic, and calling explicitly for violence, like we saw with the death to the IDF chants or with any of the other chants that are calling for violence. There is a big difference, and it matters what you say.
Tig, we've only got a couple of minutes left. Let me ask you, you said in one of your comments a little bit earlier, I want to pick up on it, that Bob Villan, you're a little bit familiar with him. They're very popular in some areas, not in others. And now the whole world is talking about this punk duo. Same with Kneecap. Are bands doing this for publicity?
No, they're certainly not. Because again, Kneecap, Bob Villan, for years have been making anti-imperialist work. They're not jumping on the bandwagon to make a buck out of pro-Palestinianism. Anybody who has ever spoke up for Palestine would know how ridiculous that is when it's a career-ending thing to do. Usually I have had, I don't know how many restrictions and repercussions for speaking out. And I think it's a kind of a strange thing to frame that these guys are just sticking up for Palestine to further their career when they've just had their visas to enter America revoked. But I just want to say, just to conclude, because I spoke to Palestinian friends before I came on here today who've had family members who have been murdered, who are on their phone day and night waiting to see who else are their family and friends who have been murdered. That's the real story, guys. And I really feel like, looking back in this period, the temerity for somebody who supports Zionism to frame a few naughty words from a punk act in a field as the big thing that we need to be morally outraged about right now. When we've seen mass starvation, we've seen conservative estimates of about 100,000 people killed, about 25,000 children, guys, 25,000 children. I wish I had that kind of arrogance.
Emily, I'm going to give you the right of reply. We've got a really short amount of time. Your response?
Yeah, I just want to say that Zionism is the right to self-determination of the Jewish people in their indigenous homeland. It is nothing more and nothing less. It doesn't say that anyone else does not have a right to statehood or to self-determination. And so to use that as sort of a tool to say, oh, well, Zionism is evil. I don't have a problem with Jews. I just hate Zionism. It's entirely inaccurate. If you are an anti-Zionist, you are anti the self-determination exclusively of the Jewish people, and that's ridiculous on its face. Furthermore, I just want to add one more note about the colonization argument. The Zionism is literally a decolonization project. That is what we're seeing in the state of Israel. It is Jews who were here before Islam, for example, even existed. And I'm not saying that to say that Palestinians don't have rights or they shouldn't have a state or anything like that. But it is ahistorical, and it's important that we emphasize the reality of history and who is actually from the Middle East. It's very important to note, because this is used as an argument to justify all kinds of heinous crimes against innocent civilians, such as what we saw on October 7th, including, by the way, at a music festival.
Okay.
Linda, can I just say at the end, fair play to me for riling up the Nuremberg rally at Glastonbury.
This is exactly why we appreciate people like the both of you coming on Counterpoints. This is a very challenging topic. People feel very strongly about it, and we really appreciate being able to put both of your points of view to our viewers. So thank you very much for your time and your insights here on Counterpoint. Taig Hickey, the Irish satirist and political activist, and Emily Schrader, Israeli-American journalist, author and political activist. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And that's where we have to leave it here on Counterpoints. But don't forget to comment, like and subscribe to our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel for all the sharp debates and fresh perspectives. You know where to find us. You can catch us on social media as well. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Until next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world. Bali, Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard they don't know what the F they are doing. That was the analysis of an angry Donald Trump angry enough to use the F word as he reprimanded both Iran and Israel for firing missiles at each other after a ceasefire had been agreed. The US president reserved most of his recent ire for Israel, who responded that they had pretty much done what they set out to do, while Iran declared the ceasefire a great victory for their side. But as the shaky truce holds for the moment, the question is, what comes next? President Trump now says he does not seek regime change in Iran because he does not want to see what he calls chaos. So this leaves the question of what's next for Iran's leadership when it comes to nuclear ambitions, and what rules would they be willing to abide by, while Israel still sees Iran under the Ayatollah's leadership as an existential threat. Well, across the world, the media is vigorously debating what turned out to be the biggest military confrontation between the two foes. It has, for now, taken the spotlight off Israel's extended military campaign in Gaza, where civilians continued to die while trying to reach food aid and supplies. But many are still questioning what the recent hard line Israel has taken against its foes has done to its image. One relatively young activist based in the USA is keeping up the pressure to support Israel while calling for the fall of the Iranian leadership. British-born Elika Lebon, who describes herself as non-Jewish, pro-Israel and against Iran's religious regime, has garnered quite a large social media following as she actively speaks up on recent issues. As I caught up with her, Elika gave me some perspective on why she feels so strongly about her causes. Elika Lebon, thank you for joining the show. Now, I've got to start by asking, when you call yourself a daughter of Iran, what exactly do you mean by that?
I think just this is a term that's used by a lot of Iranians, especially Iranian dissidents, like Tumaj, the rapper, for example, who was sentenced to death for rapping, calls himself the son of Iran or his son of Iran. So it's kind of the idea that we're all children of Iran, the sons and daughters of Iran, and it's sort of our duty and responsibility to protect her.
Have you ever spent any time in Iran?
I went a few times. I went when I was a child, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and then maybe again when I was around 10, 11, 12. I went only once in adulthood. That was about maybe 10 years ago or so. And I really didn't want to go. But my mum really wanted me to go, and she sort of booked a ticket against my will. So it was a little bit of a contentious situation between us. And I just told her it was going to be, I mean, you know, this was before I had started speaking up, so I wasn't worried about my safety or anything, but it was a very sensitive issue for me because I didn't want to go to Iran and see it in the condition that it is under the mullahs. I knew that I would be very emotional. I knew I would be very traumatized and upset about it, which I was. And that was the last time that I went.
Now, I know from many of the interviews you've done and the articles about you that your family suffered quite a lot at the hands of the current Iranian regime, and your mother was even in prison for a while. And I know that much of your knowledge of the country comes from the stories they tell you, particularly your mother. Now, what chance is there that your view of the country and your angle on it is shaped by that rhetoric, and that perhaps because of that, there's not a lot of room to see it in any other way?
I mean, I think, you know, at the end of the day, this is a story that has affected millions and millions and millions of Iranians. This is not an isolated incident. You know, this is a situation that any Iranian that you meet nowadays, you're going to find that they have either immediate or extended family that have either been executed or tortured by the Islamic regime. And so I think this idea that, you know, this is sort of an isolated experience, or, you know, several traumatized Iranians are just allowing this to sort of shape their perspective, it's not really gaining a sense of the bigger picture, which is that Iran in itself is sort of an anomaly where you have masses, you know, the majority of the population that are against the regime precisely because they've all had this personal experience. And so, yeah, in one way you could say, well, maybe you're just a person whose family have had such an experience, and that's why you see it this way. Sure, but you're also going to have to apply that to about 80% of Iranians, and that's why that does actually form the general perspective of the Iranian people.
Now, many of the introductions to interviews you do and articles about you describe you as a non-Jewish, pro-Israeli activist. Why not an anti-Iranian regime activist?
Yeah, I mean, that's how they choose to label me. I don't know. I can't control how they label me. But I think, I think my interest in Israel is linked to the similarities that I've seen between what happened to Iran and what's happening to Israel now. Obviously in 1979, the mullahs came to Iran by way of a revolution, which is, sometimes referred to more accurately as a coup. And that revolution brought in the proxies of the regime, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. So what I see happening in Israel now, where you have these sort of Islamist insurgent groups that are attacking Israel and at the same time claiming to be the victims, claiming to be acting in resistance, for example, that is something that is very similar to what we were seeing in Iran before 1979. Before 1979, you were seeing this crackdown of insurgent communists and Islamists. And these weren't people that just had a different opinion. These were people that were bombing Iran. These were people that were attempting assassinations. And, if you look at the way the Iranian regime pre-1979 was cracking down on these insurgents, it was not even close to the extent that other countries were cracking down on communism. We have to remember this was during the Cold War. But Khomeini's propaganda turned that into, the Shah being this brutal dictator that's killing everybody. The story was reversed. It made the Islamists the victim in the story. And so when I see that same story happening to Israel, this to me is just the same propaganda that only leads to a second and third and fourth and fifth Islamic Republic. And indeed, Nasrallah himself said out of his own mouth that the objective was to turn Lebanon into a second Islamic Republic. So when I can see that there's a clear thread here, and the clear thread is spreading the Islamic Republic's influence and ideologies across the Middle East, of course I'm going to be opposed to it. Whether that means standing with Israelis or Lebanese or Gazans or Yemenis, it doesn't matter. It just means that we have to be united against the same threat.
Is it possible to be pro-Israeli without being anti-Iranian regime, or are the two just too closely tied together?
I don't think that there are many people who are pro-Israel. Yes, no, that most people are pro-Israel and anti the Islamic Republic. I think the question is, there is a sort of coalition of people that are anti-Islamic Republic, but also anti-Israel. Is that the line? Okay, yeah. So there are certain people that say, this regime is bad and the regime in Israel is bad. And, all of these players and actors are bad. And so we shouldn't side with any one against the other. And that's fair. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I think personally, because this is a fight against a common enemy, I don't think that it's meaningful to not take a stance against the proxies of the regime while claiming to be against the regime itself. I don't really fully understand how that works. If you are against the regime that's committing domestic and regional terrorism, how can you be neutral or apathetic to what its proxies are doing in the region? Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily give Israel carte blanche to do whatever it wants and says, well, we're all fighting a common enemy, so they can, go as far as they want. Obviously, there are red lines. Obviously, there are ethics to consider. But I think in general, the question is, what is being fought here? And if it is the Islamic Republic and its proxies, I feel like there's a clear ideological through thread in being consistent with support in that case.
Now, there are those who believe that Iran is not the existential threat that Israel portrays it to be to its existence, and that this is simply an excuse, a reason to be able to target it and to attack it. How do you respond to that perspective?
I think, look, at the end of the day, we could get into conversations about, what is the line of uranium enrichment and, the fact that it's up to 60% and now it only takes, you're 90% of the way there. Could be weeks or days before you make a bomb, etc. I think all of that conversation, getting into the weeds, getting into the details, is less relevant than the words that come out of their mouth on a daily basis. If you are going to take to the mic and say every single day, death to America, death to Israel, what is it that you expect people to believe? How is it that you expect people to interpret your words? You're very clearly saying, and have been saying for 46 years, our mission is to destroy Israel, and then you go out and you chant death to Israel and death to America. In Iran, the school children are forced to stand in line and shout death to America and death to Israel before starting classes every day. So how is it that you expect the world to take that? When the world then takes that and says, hey, you know what? I think what you mean is death to America and death to Israel. Don't be surprised when they take action.
But then maybe if Israel was to come up with some sort of peace, lasting peace with Palestinians, that it would take the wind out of the Iranian sails. They would not have a reason to be able to target Israel and America, its biggest ally. So when people put that argument forward, how do you respond?
Well, in that case, in my opinion, I think Israel's actions against Iran are only because they're defending the people under the occupation of the Islamic Republic. So does that sound like a good story? Does that sound like an honest narrative? Does anybody in the world believe that Israel's actions are to defend the Iranian people from this terrorist regime? Of course not. It's absolutely asinine to make such a claim. And I can tell you how it's asinine, because if the Islamic Republic cared about oppression, then why is it oppressing with such brutality, with the state machinery of violence, the Iranian people? And not only that, but in fact, there have been Arab separatist movements inside of Iran that aim to do the same thing, to separate, to balkanize Iran and create a separate Arab state. The Islamic Republic kills people, kills Arab Iranians for doing that. So how can you claim to be standing with Arabs in a different land who are trying to do the same thing? It's such clear propaganda. It is such obvious propaganda to claim to be standing against oppression and fighting on behalf of the oppressed while actively oppressing. So I just think it's such an absurd line of propaganda that it's not even close to believable.
Now, it's something I've not really had a chance to ask anyone recently, but I want to put it to you and get your perspective. What do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon?
I don't think that, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I was never worried about the fact that they would actually use a nuclear weapon. What I was worried about, and what the clear threat to the world in my perspective was that they would become a deterrent state. Once they became a deterrent state, similar to the during the Cold War, right? The arms race. It was always about, well, I mean, who knows what the Soviet Union would have done. But the whole point was that once you become a deterrent state, you cannot be deterred, right? You want to sanction them. You want to, isolate them. You want to do whatever you feel is necessary, whatever the international community feels is necessary to obstruct their proliferation in the region. How are you going to do that when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to sanction them when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to rein in their bad behaviors when they've become a deterrent state? And they can just say to you, what are you going to do? We have nukes. And so my fear this whole time was not that they were necessarily ever planning to use nuclear weapons. It was the fact that they couldn't be deterred once they had nuclear weapons, and it would of course inspire other actors in the region to have to protect themselves by matching their nuclear capabilities.
I wonder what made you such a vocal activist to speak up in the first place, Elika?
When I started speaking up, this was in 2022 after the Women Life Freedom Revolution kicked off in Iran, after Mahsa Amini, a young Kurdish Iranian woman, was killed for showing her hair. And at that time, for me, it was just human rights activism. That was something that I'd always been interested in. I think what has happened over time during these past 3 years is that I've had this really intense sort of learning curve of where I've understood a lot more about how much of the way we see the world is shaped by these narratives. And these narratives are often deeply, deeply ingrained in propaganda. And so just learning the way that the world views the world, the world views the world. Yes, people view the world. especially now where you have so many people in the West that are coming out and supporting the Islamic Republic, seeing the way these downstream effects of propaganda on our collective psyche, that's made me very interested, not just in the fight for freedom in Iran, but also just the fight for truth. So I think there's just this dual motivation that pushes me to speak up.
How do you regard the way the mainstream media, at least the Western media, covers the story of Iran and the Middle East? Is it authentic and accurate in your opinion?
No. During the Women Life Freedom protests in Iran, we really struggled. The Iranian diaspora really struggled to have the media sort of bring light to what was happening in Iran. We would email the New York Times over and over again, CNN, asking them to broadcast these protests that were happening in Iran. They wouldn't do it. Even when the youth of Iran were being executed, shot at 15, 16 years old, they wouldn't report on it. And now, I'm sure as you can see, they are consistently reporting about this very tiny percentage of fanatical pro-IRGC Iranians taking to the street to, support the regime and protest the strikes. So there's clearly an angle, there's clearly an agenda. And I think what this goes back to, and what I so often talk about, is the disinformation campaigns of the Soviet Union. That period of time that was so intensely focused on disseminating this anti-Western propaganda to the West and to the Middle East. And the whole idea was that the United States and Israel and the Western world was the source of all evil in the world. And so you saw these alliances between Western media and the Soviet Union initially. These, for example, Western media was often reporting that there was no famine in the Soviet Union. The Western media was often portraying a very pro-Stalinist perspective. And so what we saw over time was that transition from pro sort of Marxist, Stalinist, Maoist to pro-jihadist, when that alliance between the left and the Marxists and the Islamists was formed also through the Soviet Union. And so what we're seeing with Western media is a continuation of this alliance, essentially with everybody and anybody who is against the West, even if that means authoritarians, even if that means extremist jihadist Islamists. Anything that's against the West seems to be what they support. And it's completely painting a distorted image of what is happening in Iran and in the Middle East.
I wonder, Elika, why it's portrayed as the West against Iran so much, like it's a Western axis against the Iranians. Where's the rest of the world? Where is China, Russia, Asia in general? Why is it always this kind of the West versus Iran?
I mean, the ideologies of the Islamic Republic specifically target the West. It is their motto, it is their mantra that says death to the US, death to Israel, which Israel, is symbolic of the West, they would say. And so because their entire ideology is built around opposing the West, what they call anti-imperialism, anti-Western imperialism, it's sort of, generated by their ideologies themselves. So I can't see why any other parts of the world would take what they do personally when they seem to be going directly after the West.
Well, of course, if it's always portrayed as the West against Iran, it's always going to be that animosity, a constant downward spiral.
Mm-hmm.
So then I guess if there could be some kind of rapport, that West against Iran cycle could be broken.
No, I don't think so, because you have to look at what is at the core of each side's ideology and motivation. You're talking about in the West, you're talking about liberal democracies. What they support is, liberal democracies are not perfect, by any means not perfect, but they are systems that work for human beings, essentially. Then what you have on the other side with the Islamic Republic is not an ideology that is about improving the life of its people. It's not about improving anything, and it's not about working in service of anyone. It is about the proliferation and expansion of their ideologies, which are about domination and power and control. So if that is at the core of their ideology, if the core of their ideology is that we must dominate, how can it find peace with the thing that it's competing with, right? Whereas from the Western perspective, the Western perspective can find peace. It can find peace with Iran, with this government or another government, because there's nothing opposing them from establishing peace. So the question about whether these two sides can have peace with each other, one side can have peace, but the other side doesn't want peace because the existence of that thing is antithetical to everything that they're motivated by.
We, of course, live in a very divided world, and you're out there in the media and online. How do you find you're regarded as a very pro-Israel activist in terms of both supporters and detractors?
You know, you said it right. This is a very, very polarized world. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those situations where, I mean, in general, people don't tend to lean towards nuance and balance and these kind of things. Most people tend to think in quite black and white terms. And so what I found is that people just put me in a camp and discard me if they don't agree with one thing that I said. And so the general response is, if I, for example, when I came out after October 7th and I condemned Hamas's actions, I was immediately branded as, Zionist. I was doxxed online. I was harassed, so many videos. She's a Zionist. She's this, she's that. And it's really, truly, it was very shocking. It was very shocking because what I had said about October 7th was that it was a massacre. It was an act of terrorism. And this is so quick to label you. Some of them don't even know what these words mean that they're using. But the whole idea, the way that the world has been divided, is that even if you're standing for humanity, whether it's Jews or Palestinians or Iranians under this regime, because the world is so polarized, you can only be one thing or the other. They decide that you are this thing and you're completely irredeemable. So there aren't, many people on, I think people see it very black and white, unfortunately.
Do you get affected by comments? Do you get affected by what people say about you, whether positive or negative?
I don't get affected by people's opinions because, first of all, everybody has a right to an opinion. Second of all, most people's opinions are just projections, to be honest. It says more about them than it says about you. I think what I find problematic is smears, when people create smears and rumors and say things like, she's a Mossad spy, she's an IRGC spy. These are actually very dangerous. And I think it sort of taps into that thing that is such an affront to me, which is untruth, right? It's not true. And so in terms of people's opinions, it doesn't bother me at all. I just block them or whatever. But in terms of distortions and smears, I think there's just unethical behavior. And that, I don't like that.
You get threats as well?
Yeah.
And you can handle those?
It would be weird if I wasn't getting threats, It's sort of occupational hazard. So, it's not fun, it's not easy, but, the whole point of, if what we are fighting for is the values of liberal democracies, meaning free speech, we have to practice the values that we want to maintain and not be inhibited by threats that really would gut the values of liberal democracies, gut free speech. So I'm very mindful of that.
Now, I've read that being out there and being very vocal in your opinions, that you've been the target of Iranian cyber attacks and cyber manipulation to disparage your character. What sort of stuff has been out there?
Yeah, it happens so many times where, you go on to X or Twitter and you just see a whole bunch of accounts that are, 0 followers, 0 following, and they've all sort of copy and pasted the same message with some type of smear or I don't know. And then other times, I've received direct threats via email, for example, saying, watch what you eat, or, we know where you live, watch yourself when you're walking around in the streets. I've reported the threats, and that's as much as I can do.
It's interesting you said a short while ago about terminology, how people, call you Zionist and so on. There's been some discussion, at least in the public fora, about how anti-Semitism has become a word that is kind of used all the time, and it often is confused with the whole idea of Zionism. And there are a few kind of academics, including people like Professor Norman Finkelstein, who say things like anti-Semitism has become a weaponized word, and it's used, as a way to kind of, as an excuse often for many things. How do you regard that view?
Well, I think, first of all, Norman Finkelstein is a person who said that the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. So I wouldn't take what he says very seriously. Of course, words like that they have a tendency to be exploited or maybe overused. I think the question is, we all know that the situation with Israel and Palestine is very sensitive, it's very delicate. And I really do understand many of the perspectives involved to various different degrees. But when people talk about anti-Zionism, for example, and they talk about the fact that Israel doesn't have the right to exist, just as at the most basic level, the basic premise being that Israel does not have the right to exist, but they do believe that, other countries have the right to exist, Muslim countries have the right to exist, countries that were founded on colonialism and imperialism have the right to exist. You sort of whittle it down to the common denominator, and it's like, okay, so you only think that the Jewish state doesn't have the right to exist. So yes, there's often this conversation about we shouldn't conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, but there's also a question about what is the motivation behind anti-Zionism in the first place. It's this belief that the Jewish state should not exist, but not at the same time believing that other states should not exist. And I think what that shows us is a double standard. And it's the double standard where one could make a plausible, legitimate claim of anti-Semitism. If the same people that were anti-Zionists also said such and such a state shouldn't exist, well, I don't know about Syria and Lebanon because that was also created around the same. I'm not sure about Pakistan because of such and such. Then we could say, okay, this is not about anti-Semitism. But when the root of anti-Zionism seems to be in a double standard, I can see why that is a plausible claim.
I was wondering, bringing things up to date with what's been going on, how have you been covering and speaking out on the recent conflict between Iran and Israel, where the missiles being fired? I mean, it reached probably the biggest level of confrontation so far, and then of course with the US jumping in as well. What were your views on that, and how have you covered that as an activist?
So it just goes back to saying that these situations, it's very difficult to speak about them in black and white terms. It's obviously war. It's not something that anybody is thrilled about or excited about. There have been innocent civilian deaths. What Iranians have really struggled with over the past several decades, as I'm sure you've been following along, there's been several of these uprisings in Iran trying to overthrow the regime, but their efforts have been hindered or obscured because of the West's constant sort of insistence on these foreign policy, diplomacy, nuclear deals with the regime, where, of course, they are in turn receiving hundreds of billions of dollars in unfrozen assets, which, of course, fortifies this machinery that's doing the crackdowns on the Iranian protesters and, of course, regional instability. But it presents a hindrance to Iranians being able to overthrow the regime. And so for a few years, decades really, we've been seeing the Iranian people trying to overthrow the regime, but these constant deals with the US is making it much more difficult. And so I think where we arrive at this situation where there are targeted strikes on the IRGC, even though Iranians are in a state of war, which is obviously terrifying and not anything anybody is excited about, there is this sort of double-edged sword where there's a hint of optimism that maybe these strikes would weaken the regime in such a way that their efforts, when they go back out into the streets to try and topple the regime, are much more likely to be successful because of that weakening. So that's sort of the way that I've been covering it. It's a situation where we aren't saying that people are jumping for joy that war has come to their homeland, but at the same time, on the other end of this darkness, there is a tiny strain of optimism that perhaps this could help them in their grassroots efforts to overthrow the regime.
There is a perspective also, though, that when Iran is targeted, that even those who are perhaps anti-regime to some degree tend to rally behind the country. There's a certain amount of patriotism and a feeling that, look, why are we being targeted? And it kind of might bolster the position of the regime.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've read that line a lot. This is kind of the dangers that people talk about when they talk about war, is that the regime actually will very much be able to exploit this idea of nationalism. We're being attacked, so whenever we're being attacked from the outside, we have to band together. And I have really had the same concerns. And I think the answer to that is that this cannot be a long war. This cannot be a war of attrition. This cannot be an ongoing thing, because it will absolutely, likely to take that turn if it were. So I think in addressing that, the best case scenario is that these strikes are short-term, targeted, and do as much damage as possible on the regime's facilities. And at the same time, it doesn't go on long enough to bolster this false sense of nationalism that the regime would likely exploit.
There are those who believe that the strikes didn't really have any major impact on Iran's capabilities or goals.
I mean, that's the first time that I'm hearing of that. I don't know how it could not have affected their capabilities or goals, to be honest. They took out the scientists. What are they going to do without their scientists?
Interesting. Yeah, we'll certainly know more as more information comes out. That was just one of the analysis angles that I heard. How do you regard the very visible involvement of the US? Was it a good thing or a bad thing?
The US's involvement was only ever going to be about the US's interest. It had nothing to do with helping Israel. It had nothing to do with freeing the Iranian people. I don't think any Iranians believed that, this was going to be a regime change war, even though that was a lot of what the discourse was, people were talking about online on Twitter and things like that. I think it was very clear that the US was going to do only what it said that it was intending to do, which is to strike those nuclear facilities. And that's exactly what they did. I think the perspective of Iranians in terms of the US involvement was, even though this is not a war to liberate the Iranian people, I wonder if there is an incidental liberation to come out of this. I wonder if the US's involvement alongside the Israeli strikes would incidentally lead to this liberation through weakness. So in my perspective, I don't think that the US's strikes on Fordo, on those nuclear facilities, is really going to be that much of a significant difference in terms of the regime's overall strength, because you're just talking about the nuclear threat to the rest of the world, which really has nothing to do with the threat that the regime posed internally, domestically. So in my opinion, the US's involvement with the bunker busters isn't significant in terms of what will transpire now domestically in Iran.
What was your thought when Donald Trump, obviously angry with both sides for not observing the ceasefire that they seem to have agreed to, his anger seemed to be more at Israel, and he's even using the F word to describe what's going on. What went through your mind when you heard Donald Trump's reaction and actually pointing fingers more at Israel?
I think, Trump tends to sort of do that. He did a similar thing with Zelensky, where, he seems to sort of crack down more on the side that he's actually on in order to sort of appease the enemy in the conversation. I think that Trump knows what he's doing for the most part. I think that after those strikes, he obviously was going to become a huge target and a huge enemy in the eyes of the Islamic Republic. So I thought that was his sort of way of appeasing them by saying, look, now I'm going to go and tell off Israel. I think it's very strategic. I think he very much knows what he's doing.
So he does say things like, no one knows what I'm going to do. Even I don't know what I'm going to do. Now, do you think that Donald Trump is a force for good when it comes to the conflicts in the Middle East? I'm talking about the broader Middle East. Or is he potentially a maverick who could create more chaos?
I think Donald Trump is a wild card. That's the way that I see him. I think, and, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I'm pretty independent. But I think when it comes to the Middle East, if we're not talking about domestic policy, when it comes to the Middle East, I tend to see Donald Trump as more likely to do the right thing than possibly Democrat presidents that tend to err more on the side of diplomacy and tend to err more on the side of avoiding strikes like this. In my opinion, this strike on the nuclear facilities was absolutely necessary in terms of American interests. I don't talk about that often because I'm really only talking about Iranian interests. And I don't know that Kamala Harris would have had the wherewithal or the guts to do that. And I'm quite sure that Biden wouldn't have. So I think when it comes to Donald Trump, he's such a wild card that, yes, most of the time you don't know what he's going to do. But if you need somebody to take a real strong and decisive action, he's much more likely to do it than sort of softer presidents.
If he is a wild card, as you say, is there any chance he's the kind of wild card president who might push things to World War III? That was another thing that was being speculated.
But that's exactly, the sort of double-edged sword of being a wild card. It's a wild card that takes huge risks, but, those risks could obviously go in the direction of World War III. I think if it were to go to the direction of World War III, that would be a situation where you sort of see the Islamic Republic striking, US bases in the Middle East, and then the US strikes back, and then everybody else gets involved. I think we all sort of knew that the Islamic Republic was not going to do that. I think we all sort of knew that this was just puffery. The threats, the death to America, death to Israel, all of this was just puffery. So I think I'm quite sure that maybe Trump's administration also calculated this regime is really not likely to take the next steps to escalate to the point of World War III. Because in truth, I think the regime also knows that it doesn't have the type of die-hard allies that are going to go to World War III for it. And indeed, it doesn't seem to have had during this time.
Alec, I want to touch on one thing, obviously, that's out of the limelight or out of the spotlight for the moment, is the situation in Gaza. Now, of course, for a lot of people, Israel lost a lot of respect, or at least a lot of support, because of what's been going on in terms of Gaza being pretty much flattened. More than 56,000 people killed, many women and children. I think 131,000 at the latest count, injured, and 10,000 missing, possibly buried. When you see those kind of figures, when you see that what's been going on there, as someone who is so pro-Israel, what goes through your head, and how do you answer those who say this has gone too far, it's genocide?
From the very beginning, from 2022, when I started speaking out, I have had the exact same position, and my position hasn't moved. Back then in 2022, there was not even a conversation about Israel. I had the same line, and it's the same line that I say to this day, which is that terrorists put everybody's life at risk. And after October 7th, where we saw these strikes in Gaza, there's no denying that those strikes are following the footprints of Hamas as it's embedding itself everywhere, as it's embedding itself in civilian society. And so regardless of whose side people stand on, whether they stand with Israel, whether they stand with Palestine, there's no denying that in each of these circumstances, having a terrorist regime embed itself in the civilian population is bringing harm to the civilians. It's the same way that, Gazan refugees who are going from Iraq to Kuwait to different places in the world, and having Hamas or just any jihadist group follow them is leading them to being kicked out of those countries. There's no safety. There is never safety, not for the people of Gaza, not for the people of Lebanon, and not for the people of Iran, as we're seeing now when there is a terrorist regime that is part of that civil society. And so my position has been the same this entire time, and it's the same as it is now. On October 7th, Hamas went into Israel and kidnapped civilians took them underground, making it absolutely inevitable that Israel was going to do anything and everything that it wanted to do to get them back. And the people who had to pay the price for that was Gazans. And that is why I hold this line.
I don't want to get too much into that debate because, of course, we can go down a rabbit hole when it comes to discussing what's happening in Gaza. But, of course, there are a lot of issues that people would contradict with what you're saying in terms of the fact that Hamas is part of the population as well in terms of the way it runs Gaza now, whether that's good or bad, that's just the circumstance. And the fact that, the hostages were going to be part of the targets if Israel bombs so widely. I guess the bigger thing is, I'm asking, is your support for Israel unconditional?
No, I don't think that I always describe myself as an ally to truth. That is it. An ally to humanity. In this circumstance, my perspective is that the existence of Hamas, or the existence of an antagonizer that makes it their ideological mission to destroy the other side, is going to bring about destruction to the people of that land. That is not just my perspective. I think that's pretty much objectively true, as we've witnessed over the past several years. And so it's not about having unconditional support. It is about finding the cause. It is about finding the common denominator in what it is that is getting people killed, right? It is having this ideological enemy and this ideological obsession with the destruction of Israel is inevitably going to keep procuring these wars, and is inevitably going to keep, putting Gazans in this position where their lives are at risk. And so it isn't about having unconditional support for Israel. It is about finding the cause of the conflict between these two sides, and knowing that if that is eliminated, that being the, fixation on destroying Israel, there is a much higher chance that there will be peace between these two people. I have no bias or favor to either one of those people. I have a bias or a favor towards what is true, and I have a bias and a favor towards causation.
Well, as we start to wrap up, let me get back to Iran and ask you, as someone who's looking very closely at what's going on there and having your roots there, you did mention that you thought that perhaps this latest round of conflict might weaken the regime enough for people to be able to uprise enough to change things. How do you see the regime actually changing there? What could really create a proper change, long-term change there?
Yeah, so we'll have to see what sort of happens in the coming days, because, Iranians have not had access to internet, and they've all been sort of forced to evacuate Tehran. So it's unsurprising that we haven't seen uprisings yet. But assuming, they return and the internet comes back on and all of these things, I think there's a good chance that we could see these uprisings. We could see Iranians taking to the streets yet again. And in order to sort of, if these uprisings become so significant that they start to mobilize the entire country, obviously the regime, the IRGC, is going to need maximum resources sort of to deploy these anti-mobilization security forces. And if they're not strong enough to contain it, that would be that could sort of be the beginning of the end. It could sort of look like how it looked in Syria, where it was just a very short 11-day process and the regime came crumbling down. At the same time, we do need an opposition. We need a transitional governance, which is something that we're now seeing from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's sort of offered himself as a leader for the transition to democracy, which will of course be decided by the Iranian people.
I was going to say that is the difficulty. After so many years of one particular system, finding those who can take over and perhaps go down the direction that the majority might want is a tricky one, isn't it?
Absolutely. And especially when there are still so many different politics, ideologies, conflicting beliefs about what the future of Iran should be. I think we can anticipate that even when this regime falls, of course, there's going to be a period of instability in Iran, but just fingers crossed that once that instability dies down, there will be a government and infrastructure that brings not just stability to Iran, but stability to the entire region, peace between Iran and Israel, and with these proxies falling, hopefully peace between Israel and Palestine and, Lebanon, and just peace, just better relations in overall Middle East is what we're hoping to see when the regime is out.
So if Iran gets a government that suits what you think is ideal for it, would your Iranian roots pull you back to there? Would you ever consider living there?
It's possible. Who knows what the future holds? I know that I would definitely go back. I know that I would definitely want to have some type of dual residence. And in terms of living there, ultimately, depending on the way, the trajectory of how the future of Iran goes, that is definitely something that would be possible.
Right, it's a beautiful country. Leigh Ann, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was Elika Lebon, British-born Iranian activist, giving her take on why she supports Israel so strongly, despite not being Jewish. And there we end this edition of the show. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to leave comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
In the aftermath of the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, I'm going to be speaking to the former CIA Director, General David Petraeus, to get his view on the extent of the damage that's been inflicted on Iran's nuclear facilities by the United States. And I'll be asking him what Iran's options now are and what scope there is for diplomatic engagement between Tehran and Washington. Do join us tomorrow for that exclusive interview with the former CIA Director, General David Petraeus, right here on Arabiya English.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Netanyahu will meet Donald Trump at the White House next Wednesday as the president suggests a Gaza ceasefire deal could be reached within a week. The US president visits Alligator Alcatraz, the migrant detention center in Florida surrounded by swamp-dwelling reptiles. And Al Hilal's historic win, the Saudi side glide through to the quarterfinals of the Club World Cup after knocking out Manchester City. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet US President Donald Trump in Washington next Monday. That's according to US officials. President Trump has suggested a possible ceasefire in Gaza could be reached within a week. It comes as Israeli planes and tanks struck Gaza on Tuesday, destroying homes and forcing residents to evacuate. Local health authorities claim 20 people were killed in the latest attacks. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami. Jono, let's start with you. So what more do we know about this visit between President Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, scheduled for Monday at the White House?
Yeah, so we know when, and we know probably what the agenda is going to be as well, and multiple sources have said that it is moving ahead. So we know this visit is going to happen, and it is going to be at the White House. Now, what is on the agenda is, I think, what everyone's thinking about right now. What are they going to talk about? What are they going to be discussing? And the first thing, and one of the most important things that we've heard in the last 24 hours, the ceasefire in Gaza. Trump has said and emphasised towards working on that ceasefire. He took to Truth Social to say, make the deal in Gaza, get the ceasefire in Gaza could be reached very soon, get the hostages back, was what he said on Truth Social. So that hostage release is obviously high in the list of priorities for Trump going into this meeting as well. And there's the regional security. There's the wider picture here of the issues like Iran, of Syria, of the post-Iran war diplomacy that has to be done as well. So that peace agreement that is on the table for Iran is also going to be high on the list of priorities. There's a lot of people who are already there in Washington in a precursor to that, and I know Rawia's got details on that as well. We do know there's other people who are part of there. It's the third trip that Netanyahu's made to meet Trump as well, and this time around Trump is going to be pushing the thumb a little bit harder, I think would be safe to say. We haven't heard much from Gaza in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, the shift in the attention has been focused very much on the Iranian crisis, which was taking place. But 60 Palestinians killed on Monday alone in Gaza means that it's back again. It's the heaviest attack that we've seen in weeks. So, yes, Netanyahu's going. And yes, the stakes are very, very high. Ceasefire deal, hostages, Iran, Syria, the list goes on. But certainly it'll be a regional discussion that'll be held.
And it's interesting because Donald Trump was talking about this today when he was in Florida. He said the situations in Gaza and Iran will be discussed when he meets Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He also told reporters that he would be very firm with him on the need for a speedy Gaza ceasefire. So I guess that's a question, Rawia. You know, another meeting, third time to the White House. We're seeing no let-up in Gaza at the moment. Is this actually going to progress towards a ceasefire? Lots of talk about it.
We all hope so, of course. It's definitely seen as a significant opportunity to get the deal done and make progress towards this ceasefire. But let's look at the facts, because that's the success of such talks in reaching a ceasefire is definitely not guaranteed. First of all, President Trump is definitely eager, as you said, and he said he will be firm. He is putting some pressure on Netanyahu and on the Israeli government because he sees that if he secures this ceasefire, he will see it as a major foreign policy win or achievement for him. He also said that he was hoping that they will reach such a ceasefire within a week. But also, we also have senior Israeli officials, including the Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, who has already traveled to the U.S. He has already been laying the ground for Netanyahu's visit. And that, I think, signals some seriousness on the part of the Israelis. But there are a few obstacles as well. Now, you have divisions, deep divisions within the Israeli government. You have voices that are completely against a ceasefire and ending the war, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich. And also you have Hamas. Hamas has definitely signaled its willingness to release the hostages if the war ends, but it definitely refuses to disarm, and that is one of Israel's preconditions to have a ceasefire. So it's not guaranteed, but if Trump pressures Netanyahu, and he also probably offers some incentives like continued backing for Israel on the Iran issue, and also normalizing relations with other Arab states, then maybe it will
And that's what I think. I think that's what Trump wants going into this as well, is that you now have a better hand of cards to play because of the fact that you've now supported Israel on an attack on Iranian soil.
So you have more leverage.
You will have leverage. You now say, you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
I do wonder, though, how much leverage Trump has over Netanyahu, and that's a question that I've asked many analysts, and I think a lot of people want to know the answer to, you know, how much pressure can Donald Trump put on Benjamin Netanyahu to ensure the ceasefire goes through? And we know that when he called the ceasefire to take effect between Israel and Iran, as soon as that was shaken, he was outspoken about Netanyahu and wanted him to get in line. So it'll be really interesting to see how the relationship between the two men shakes out.
To be honest, there's no way to tell, because in the past, Israel had the backing of the U.S., of President Trump throughout the war, at least since President Trump took office. And you know, President Trump did exert some pressure on the Israeli government, on Netanyahu, to get a ceasefire deal done, but nothing came out of it. So,
but I do think after something like what we saw,
Iran, yes, there's more leverage.
I think you then go in and say you do require the US, and we saw that with the bunker buster bombs that we discussed in advance of them being used on this show. You now know that the US is required, and Israel needs the US to be able to go in. It doesn't have it has an arsenal of weaponry, but it doesn't have the arsenal of weaponry required to take down and nuclear de-arm Iran, and that was what was important. So I would think that now he's probably going in slightly at a better leverage level, and certainly knowing that he's going in with that Gaza needs a ceasefire now as his top line. I'd be optimistic that would be something that would be achieved.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah, absolutely. But I want to speak a little bit more about the humanitarian situation that we are seeing in Gaza. And we do know that the Israel military has said today that it has expanded its operations in Gaza. And of course, this comes after the fact that Donald Trump is calling for the ceasefire with Israel and Hamas. Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah, head of pediatrics at Nasser Hospital in Gaza. I asked him if he had a message for the two leaders, and this is what he had to say.
My message is for President Donald Trump, please. Please stand with the humanity and morality and side with the right of the Palestinian people to live, to learn, to travel. We are not ink on paper. We are created by God. And we have the right to live, to learn, to receive medical health, to travel outside, to move as the people all over the world. This is our right. Again, you have my president, Donald Trump. You have to catch the point for make a ceasefire and stop that war, because I'm afraid that we'll reach the point for begging for that, because I'm afraid that we will reach a critical point about something happening for these innocent people, that the history and the international law will judge everyone against what's happening in Gaza nowadays.
John, I had a conversation with the doctor earlier, just absolutely harrowing about the medical situation in Gaza, the starvation, the malnutrition, you know, the stories we've been hearing time and time again. But 170 charities are calling for that controversial Israeli and US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, to be shut down. Remind us why this has just been so controversial.
Let me give you some of the figures on this, because it's shocking to hear this. 500 Palestinians have been killed queuing up for aid here. 4,200 have been injured. They're trying to get help for themselves, help for their families, and troops have been, and this is reported, routinely opening fire on unarmed civilians who are making their way to try and get assistance or try and get aid. There are just a handful of these access points. Previously, it was 400 UN-backed community distribution points, which was the plan. This was what we could have stuck to. This is what we could have had. The UN would have had 400 distribution points in there. You have 4 heavily controlled, military-secured hubs, which are distributing aid in inverted commas, because it's really difficult.
3 in the south, 1 in the middle of Gaza, and nothing in the north.
Where there is zero medical aid right now, and there's zero assistance for the people who are in the north.
And people are desperate.
They're desperate. It's been described, and this is many. Oxfam have said this, Amnesty International, UN have all said that this is a death trap and a violation of humanitarian norms. The people who are getting through are getting minimal aid, and I mean minimal aid. We're hearing stories of people not having bare necessities to survive, babies who are dying from malnutrition. So we're at that level of an issue now that it needs to be, we need an intervention here. So this is why it's been so controversial.
And it's interesting because I asked the doctor just that, because there have been lots of reports that there's no baby formula, they aren't bringing it in on aid trucks, and he said to me that the malnutrition amongst the babies is absolutely critical. He said he didn't believe that in his whole career he would witness something at this level.
They're expecting thousands to die because of the lack of baby formula in Gaza. And also there's a new disaster now. There's a spread of meningitis amongst children as well. And we have to bear in mind that we are dealing or talking about a completely collapsed medical system throughout Gaza, especially in the north, which won't be able to deal with such an outbreak.
No, and how could you when you're so limited on your resources? You have 4 control centres that are looking after everything. The GHF has been controversial since the get-go. They have been US-backed, and there's $30 million US, which has been put behind this as well. They've been Israeli-backed. The issue is the UN obviously have a much better product. It is their expertise. It's their field. They know what they're doing. If they were allowed in there, this would not be, it would still be a crisis, but it wouldn't be as big a crisis. It's a private company that are operating these 4 hubs. That's what the GHF currently is. It's a private operated US-owned company.
And we shouldn't forget also that even just last week, the Israeli soldiers told Haaretz, which is a leftist newspaper and media outlet in Israel, that they received actual orders to shoot at civilians gathering at these aid distribution points.
But the GHF today has actually come out and softened its guidance on controlling these sites, because some people speculate because of the outrage at what's been happening every single day. So there has been some change. They've come out saying, you know, disagreeing with the fact that it's intentional killing, but we are seeing a change in their stance too, which is very interesting. But I just wonder about the ceasefire. We're speaking about the lack of aid. We're speaking about the lack of baby formula. We're speaking about 4 distribution points. I mean, a ceasefire, is it actually going to help? Or the reality on the ground is people are still going to be struggling?
I think as long as there is no aid, enough aid, let's say, it's not just a few trucks of aid, enough aid entering Gaza, even with a ceasefire, the situation is not going to be much better. It's not going to improve that much. There has to be, all borders should be opened, aid should flow freely, enough aid, and we're talking about thousands, but basically what Gaza needs or did actually consume of aid before the war were thousands of truckloads of aid, not just a few, you know, that you can count on your fingers or a few tens. That's not going to solve the problem.
Hamas, obviously, the issue with the reason why we have the GHF is that Hamas initially had been portrayed to be controlling the aid in the first place. Hamas have now said, look, we actually haven't been holding back the aid, so flood the aid in. We won't hold it back. We won't commandeer it in advance to use it for our betterment. And there's been investigations, independent investigations done that says, well, actually, Hamas, there's no evidence that Hamas were channeling that for themselves or diverting aid in any way, be that investigation true or false or otherwise. There has to be a way, and as you said, Rawi, if you can flood the aid into the country and have the UN control it or otherwise, we'll solve a problem. It will not solve it overnight, and we are months away from this humanitarian crisis being over, regardless of when the ceasefire is signed.
And also regardless of the fact that the medical centres and the whole situation there has completely collapsed. It's years and years of rebuilding and getting things back into a state that is actually functioning again. So it seems that a ceasefire will be a great achievement, but then it's a long way off.
It's a good start.
But it needs to be, and that again comes into the chat that happens in the White House. You have to wonder if that's going to be part of the conversation. Can we get Doctors Without Borders? Can Médecins Sans Frontières get in there and do their work as well? Can people go to actually help? Because without the UN on ground, boots on the ground in Gaza, I don't think much is going to be achieved, unfortunately. Ceasefire or not, we'll be waiting a very long time to turn over children who are starving, and day by day they're dropping half their body weight. I believe when we discussed this a while ago, half their body weight from admission to the hospital. It's a long time to turn around something.
And a lot of them are just basically hopeless cases by now.
Yeah.
That even if they get aid,
it's too late for a lot.
That's not going to save them, yes, unfortunately.
And I think that a lot of people are going to be watching on Monday to see this meeting between Trump and Netanyahu and really hoping there is movement between a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. President Trump has attended the official opening of Alligator Alcatraz today, a migrant detention center built on a Florida swamp. The new facility, located on an abandoned airfield in the Everglades National Park, is home to around 200,000 alligators, which can grow up to 15 feet long. Earlier, Trump told reporters immigrants held there will have to learn how to dodge the alligators if they do try to escape. Take a listen.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If snakes are fast, but alligators are, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%, okay? Not a good thing.
All right, Jono. Nothing like a bit of advice.
Do you know how to deal with alligators?
Yes.
I don't.
Question.
Not many are experts.
And
it's bad news for the 5,000 people who are going to call this place home, be it somewhat temporarily. Let me tell you a bit about Alligator Alcatraz and what it is. It is a migrant detention facility. It's in the Everglades, which is in Florida as well. And this is officially open now. So this is not a pipeline dream. This is something that has been knocked up quite quickly, actually, as a building. And
about
the idea,
8 days.
About 8 days, which is pretty impressive for what it is. The entire isolated airstrip surrounded by not just alligators, he mentioned snakes as well, pythons and other wildlife as well. 5,000 migrants will be housed there while they're waiting for their deportation or whatever the case may be at the end of their case. It's been described by the White House as a one road in, one flight out, and natural and otherwise amazing security and deterrence to stop people from getting out. What has been built here is effectively a ICE detention centre, but that is so remote and that is so dangerous to try and escape from. It is effectively like Alcatraz. You are taking your life into your own hands if you try and get out of there. And migrants will be kept there while this is being ironed out through the courts. Congress and there's been a couple of people who've said it's inhumane. There's Native American tribes who've come to the fore, and there's civil rights groups who've said this is actually not the place where we need to be detaining people who are waiting for deportation, and we need to have something else. There's also a construction of this that was tried to be halted in the first place, but it's gone ahead regardless, and be it temporary or otherwise. 5,000 people from the Florida area alone will be using this as a detention centre.
And it's quite interesting because it's also the environmentalists who have been demonstrating outside. They were there today as Donald Trump arrived, obviously met by the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. This was his brainchild. He was the person who came up with this. And as we are saying, what are these lawsuits going to do? It's gone through anyway.
Yeah.
You know, the environmental impact, he said it's not going to have any impact. And they've built, and, you know, you can see a tour of it. They've built these tents. It's been built very quickly. But it just seems to be that it's, OK, we know it's been built quick. We know who it's been funded by, but it's still not cheap. And it's
not
still
cheap at all.
Expensive to house people, to look after them. OK, it might be
house
cheap.
people, but this is a really good point. Housing, we're talking about, they're going to put them up in FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, trailers and soft-sided tents, not in concrete buildings. And the cost is really high. We're talking about $450 million per year to run it. That, of course, includes operational costs, covering housing, security, utilities, etc. And that means it's $90,000 per detainee yearly. So the cost is quite high. There's a funding controversy as well because, some people, the opposers to this idea say that why do we need such detention centers? The ICE already detain migrants in local jails at a much lower cost. But we have to also bear in mind that there's also some controversy regarding the land where the airport is, basically, because we said that there's only one way out. You have to fly out of the area. Apparently that the Trump's administration acquired the land for $20 million, even though the local county authorities are saying that it is estimated at $190. So apparently they're expecting low cases also regarding this facility, and therefore they're expecting the costs to mount.
But then we might be saying all of this, but, we said it's tense. We said it's FEMA and the US government who have helped set this up. So in many respects, it almost seems temporary. It doesn't seem that this is going to be a long-term plan. And I was speaking to somebody a little bit earlier, and they said this almost feels like a shotgun decision from the government because, they need to get their campaign policies in place and detaining illegal aliens, as they're calling them. And that was one of their main policies. Yeah. And they don't have the ICE. Enough ICE officers.
You don't have enough ICE officers, but you certainly can't detain them in jails either. And although it's cheaper, it's not practical. And US prisons already are kind of at breaking point when it comes to
it's
you
very
hear
crowded.
stories of a lot of people overcrowding. The idea of this is that it's a stopgap solution. It's going to try and filter through at a rate of 5,000, and it can take anywhere from weeks to several months for somebody who's an illegal immigrant to be deported. So it may be seen as somewhat of a stopgap. The issue here is that I feel like perhaps they will need to expand upon it and make it bigger. 5,000 is the capacity. If you look at Florida alone, 772,000 illegal immigrants. So if they and you say that they're going to rush it through and push the illegal immigrants through at an exponential rate, unheard of before, of 5,000 every single week, it will still take 3 years to clear the backlog of illegal immigrants in Florida. He's promised this in the pre-election. He said he will clear out immigrants. He is doing what he promised. And to build this is what he needed to do.
And it also comes at a cost. So it's $450 million per year. So if it's going to take 3 years, you can do the maths.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive, for sure.
But Ron DeSantis, he did a walk around of the site on another news channel. And it's actually quite interesting because, like you say, a lot of money is going into this. And you can't just deport people. They have a right to have a lawyer. So they're going to have those facilities on site. It's a process to get people deported. And I think this is something that maybe the government is taking into account now. But Ron DeSantis also said that he hopes that other states take the influence from Florida, or basically, take the inspiration from what they're doing here, and we'll probably see more of these deportation facilities set up.
This is getting the headlines because of the fact that there's 200,000 odd alligators in the vicinity around, and not every state is going to have that as a little point that they can put and say, well, listen, our detention centre is surrounded by X, Y, and Z. It's unlikely it's going to be that volume of alligators. What he's done here in the administration is trying to save money on security costs by putting natural security
and not having to build a parameter.
There's no parameter needed.
No, there's no parameter either.
And you take.
But what if a hurricane basically hits
Florida's
the area?
hurricane prone.
Exactly.
And this
Florida
could be,
is.
and it's also extremely hot in the Everglades, and that's what a lot of people don't realise. Lots of aircon is needed. It's concrete floor. It was an old runway.
I don't believe comfort is part of I don't think comfort is part of the modus operandi for the entire administration to say we'll have them be very comfortable. If that was the case, they'd take hotels and put them in 4 or 5 star hotels.
They're putting them in tents, and we're talking about the heat that you.
But like we say, at the end of the day, this was Donald Trump's main campaign policy, and the people who voted for Donald Trump are absolutely 100% behind this.
We're 7 months in, and he's actioning this, and we saw this. Again, more ICE agents are needed. I think in total in the immigration office, 20,000 people are working there, but that's between admin staff and everything else. People who are out there actually making and actioning these detentions, I think, is around 4,000.
7,000.
7,000. So it's a fraction of what's actually working for the department. They need to increase that number far more, and then we are going to see more of these detention centres. They may not all be like this, but we're going to need more of them.
Not all surrounded by alligators, obviously.
No, but I don't think they're going to be lap of luxury either. I think we're going to see a lot more of these required by ICE in order to be able to expedite the process a bit quicker.
But like we said, this was a really headline-grabbing story because of the location it is. But once again, it's 5,000, you know, and there's so much more to go. So that's such an interesting...
The name also was very catchy as well.
Alligator Alcatraz.
Absolutely.
He did say that snakes move quickly, but a python actually doesn't, Donald Trump, just in case you were wondering. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And China says it's ready to come to the table to talk with the US about trade policy at the WTO. That's according to a senior delegate at China's mission to the body. He added it would include discussions on tariffs and subsidies seen by Washington as obstacles to reforming the World Trade Organization. Patrick Falk has the details.
China has heard every word the US has said at the WTO about its trade practices. That's according to a senior Chinese delegate speaking on the condition of anonymity, and a Reuters news report who also said that China's open to discussing everything from tariffs to industrial policy, even the benefits it's granted as a result of its status as a developing nation. That in particular is a major sticking point. Washington says there can be no meaningful reform at the World Trade Organization unless China and other major economies give up special privileges known as Special and Differential Treatment, or SDTs. China and Saudi Arabia are among major economies that self-identify as developing nations. That allows them to take advantage of things like being able to set higher tariffs against other countries, as well as using subsidies to support some of its industries. Now, the delegate says that China's developing status is non-negotiable, despite the fact that China has now grown to become the second largest economy in the world. But they did say that it may be willing to forego some STTs in upcoming negotiations. That wouldn't be a first. It has done so in the past, particularly in areas of fisheries and domestic regulations, but it wasn't clear this time how far it might go. A former WTO spokesperson said that they doubted that China would give up all STT privileges, particularly in areas like agriculture. That's almost certainly going to be a problem as far as the US is concerned, because Washington doesn't believe that countries should be able to pick and choose STT privileges, and in particular wants China to renounce all these privileges altogether. Now, China is saying that it's open to discussion, it is open to level the playing field, but in return, it wants goodwill. It also says that it won't accept any attempt to change its economic system. The comments come, as we know, following months of tensions over tariffs between the world's two largest economies. It also comes after the US suspended funding to the World Trade Organization, and so the Trump administration has also threatened to pull out, severely undermining the body's role in global trade.
Now, it's been dubbed the match of the season. On Monday night, Saudi Arabia side Al Hilal shot to victory in the Club World Cup with a 4-3 win over Manchester City in Orlando, knocking Pep Guardiola's side out of the tournament. Al Hilal now progress to the quarter-finals. OK, Rawiya, this has been an absolutely incredible win.
Absolutely incredible, that is for sure. Actually, it was called or described in Arab, not just Saudi media, in Arab media as one of the biggest wins in football history, not only second to the Saudi national team winning against Argentina during the last World Cup. But we have to take a few things into consideration. First of all, the opposing team was Man City. Man City is a big team. If we just skip last season, it was called one of the strongest teams in the world and in Europe and in England for at least the past 5 years. And also, this is the first time an Asian, not even an Arab, an Asian team wins against a European team in a FIFA competition, breaking a 20-game winless streak. Now, there were a lot of highlights, quite honestly.
These stats, Rawiya. What have you been up to? Hey.
No, seriously, I'm very proud, to be honest. I'm very proud. Now, they did, the strategy was amazing because they did a lot of counter-attacking, not just basically settling for defense. Yassine Bono, the Moroccan international goalkeeper, also played amazingly. He was described by the coach, by the way, the coach of Al Hilal, who's an Italian international player. His name Inzaghi. He was described by him, or called out as just an amazing performance.
But he didn't get man of the match. The striker did, which is normally the case. I always feel a little bit sorry for the goalkeeper.
He did the hard work in this
He
game.
did the hard work, yeah. And I spoke to a sports journalist earlier and said he just did so many saves, about 8 or 9. And I said, it kind of is his job, isn't it?
But to do that
but
volume
it's very
is pretty good.
hard. It's
pretty
very
impressive.
hard. Yes, especially if you're playing against a team like Man City. But I just want to say one final thing. In my opinion, to be honest, this is absolutely a validation of Saudi investment in football, and that is actually what the BBC and CNN described the situation, described this win to be. Now, if since the start of the Saudi sports investment project, there was a lot of voices that were raised saying that, accusing this vision of being exaggerated and cash flashing. But I think this win really makes or shows how wrong these opinions were. And also, if we were talking about soft power earlier, that this is absolutely the definition of soft power. Not one sports news outlet or newspaper or news channel did not talk about Saudi Arabia and about Al Hilal's win. And if we look at basically other examples, if we look at South Korea's K-pop culture, this is an example of soft power. In the Arab world, the Turkish drama has become a huge sort of tool of soft power. And I think that's exactly what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is doing in sports.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal. As I did say earlier, I spoke to sports journalist Joe Morrison about how the Saudi League now compares, as Raya was saying, to others around the world. And here's what he had to say.
I mean, better than the MLS? Absolutely. Which is obviously the American League for those watching who may not know. But it's certainly made a lot of people sit up and take notice. Is it better than the Premier League, for example, or La Liga? No, not quite, not yet. Ronaldo has said it's up there, it's in the top 5 leagues in the world. And I don't think Ronaldo's far away with that comment.
Jono, it's incredible, as Raya was saying, an absolute phenomenal win. I mean, we can't ever express how exciting it is for the Saudi club.
What a success story.
Yeah.
Amazing success story.
It's amazing.
And then you see them progress even further now again. They'll go on to the quarterfinals. They'll take on the Brazilian giants Fluminense, which, again, we're seeing what can it be achieved if you really invest into an industry, especially sports industry as well. And now 2023 to 2024, Al Hilal have had 34 straight wins as well across all their competitions, and there's been major investment and intellectually and otherwise into this as an industry, and I think that's what's made it good. 2019 and 2021 AFC Champion League winners again, cementing them as Asia's elite team, and I think it's amazing to see. We really have something to be proud of when we look at this team and say, wow, we're world players.
And I always get excited by this, where a big team from somewhere like Saudi or anywhere in the world, Al Hilal, they make such an amazing movement in the sports world. It inspires the grassroots.
Exactly.
And that's always something that I love to see. Now so many young boys and girls are going to just want to play football, and it's going to get them out. Yeah, and be inspired. And there's going to be new stars, like you said, the goalkeeper. What an amazing achievement, the striker. I think the whole ecosystem just comes together when something big like this happens.
Everyone loves a story whereby you started from nothing and then you get to here.
Absolutely.
And I mean, the team's been around since 1957. They're not starting from nowhere, but they were the underdog, and now they're not anymore. And I think that in itself is something that you got to just say, well done. That's a proud
What's
achievement.
the start? Definitely. It started from the bottom. Now we're here.
Yeah, I think I think the rest of the lyrics are unsuitable for.
Oh, okay. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Moving on, and finally we've reached that point in the show where Raya and Jono, they've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day, and Raya, yours is just such an achievement.
Right.
It's about a man who broke 4 world records with his stacking skills.
Right.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing. He's called the card architect, apparently. And as you said, he broke 4 Guinness World Records in a matter of days. Now, the first world record, and his name, by the way, is Tian Rui, I think. He broke his first Guinness World Record about 3 years ago when he made a 27-layer tower to claim the title for the tallest house of cards built in 1 hour. Just 1 hour. But then after that, he lost that title. He reclaimed it in April with 32 layers, not 27 this time. And then just a few days earlier, he had claimed the title of the tallest house of cards built in 8 hours, managing to construct a 62-layer tower. Now, just recently, once his card titles were claimed, he turned his attention to Jenga blocks. And this is the newest, basically, Guinness World Record, because he broke the record for the most Jenga blocks stacked on one vertical, imagine, one standing vertical Jenga block. And obviously, he stacked 3,149 Jenga blocks.
And we're just seeing those pictures. I don't know about you, John. Would you have the patience?
No, because he's done it, like, I didn't understand what you'd said until you explained it, and I looked at it. He's gone from one block at the bottom, and it's an inverted pyramid is what he's built, which is very impressive.
Yeah,
like, that in itself.
Well, he is an architect, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, it would fall down twice, and you'd think, I'm done with this, bye-bye, I'm finished with the record. It just seems, it's one of the more unachievable records, I think. We need to dial it back a bit and make it more of an achievable record to try and... we're not going to break this guy's one. So I think we need to bring Leigh Ann back to her hopefully achievable record.
We've discussed this before on the show, haven't we, about breaking a world record. Jono's tried to break about 100, broken none. So sad times for him, you know. And then he said, what would yours be? And mine would be running 100 metres in high heels.
Are you sure you can do that?
No, absolutely not.
How long would it take you to do it? Just on a guess.
Oh, gosh, it will take me a really long time and not very... Oh, well...
Depends on the shoes,
Yeah, it depends on the shoes. Have to be wedges.
Right, so I don't know if it's wedges or not, but the high heel run, the record for the 100 metres, 12.42 seconds.
No way.
I think Usain Bolt is probably doing that record with high heel time.
I wouldn't even try.
So the next one you could attempt, and this is the Jaffa cake one, which is surprisingly difficult to do, is to eat, how long to eat 100 Jaffa cakes, and the record is 3 minutes. So if you do 3 minutes, 100 Jaffa cakes.
They're so dry. It's like...
Yeah, no water.
It's that technique with no water, isn't it? But I think this guy, when I look at this guy, I just feel really envious of his patience and his time and skills.
Maybe he's got no job.
Maybe he's got no life. Anyway, Jono, your story is a story that I'm just obviously in love with because I absolutely love tennis. Wimbledon is just like the world to me every time it comes round. And certain foods are now being banned at Wimbledon. Yeah, well, double-edged sword for you in this one because there's all of the joy of having Wimbledon in there, Leigh Ann, and then all of the joy of something vegan in there as well. Yes, I heard this. It's something that's been banned, and this is the sad news. Avocados have been banned from Wimbledon for this year. It's no longer part of the food offering. Not just that, but it's part of the sustainability efforts. Mm-hmm. They've also banned salmon, smoked salmon, from the menu as well. Instead, avocados are being replaced by crushed peas, which is just not really... No, it's not the same. It's a poor man's avocado. Yeah. The real reason behind it, though, which I'll get into in a second, makes sense, but the tournament is pushing for more plant-based options. So instead of strawberries and regular cream, as in dairy-based, we're now opting for plant-based cream. So for a vegan, great news for you. Mm-hmm. On your traditional strawberries and cream, and if you like something that's a little bit less eco-friendly, you can still get the traditional cream. The reason they're doing this is there is a real concern for the environmental concerns about mass avocado farming, which I was unaware was an issue. Yep. But there is a real concern for the ecosystem and the landscape of where these are actually being farmed in the first place. So Wimbledon's decided to kind of go somewhat, try and do a carbon offset and say, we're not going to do avocados. Green gold is what avocados are called in the world because they are so very expensive. In demand, and they're very expensive, and it became like a really big thing, didn't it? They're extremely healthy. Oh, they're so healthy. You know, good fat. Good fat, healthy fats, and we're encouraged to consume them. But, you know, I just always find it absolutely fascinating that big events like this try to be more sustainable, and I wonder in the long run how much it actually benefits people who are there and how much they actually save from this. So it'll be an interesting experiment.
Well, how much people care as well, and we see this with Glastonbury as well, which happens every year. They look at a new sustainability initiative at Glastonbury as well, where they try and say, right, let's make things a little bit more environmentally friendly.
Water bottles,
water bottles. Make sure that the tents get recycled, whatever it is. Everything right down to the very last carton that's used there is made sure to be recyclable as well. But you have to wonder, how much do people really, at the end of the day, care or mind? I mean, for me, certainly, I'm OK with the cream. I'm lactose intolerant. Plant-based cream, no problem.
I'm vegan.
Happy days.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with that.
You're not going to take the crushed peas.
But I'm not having crushed peas.
Yeah.
But then again, I've never gone in and think, I'm just going to watch a bit of tennis and have a bit of avocado. I don't know. I didn't know it was a thing until today.
I didn't know it was offered.
You didn't know it was offered. I didn't know smoked salmon and avocado was on a hot summer's day. Smoked salmon and avocado does not sound like the go-to.
And ice cream, I think.
Yeah.
They've always got the ice cream.
Frozen yogurt.
Yeah, they got the ice cream trucks popped around. So, they have the caravans there. And there's some other trucks that we can't mention that are on Headman Hill in case it's sunny and you need to hydrate. But there's a lot happening at Wimbledon. Best time of year in London, I think.
There's been big wins at Wimbledon as well,
Has
right?
been a big win. Leigh Ann Gerrans can report Jack Draper, British guy, young, 24. How can I say?
Good looking.
World number 4, good looking. He is through. He won his match day, which is very exciting. And, there's a lot of talent in the draw. Young talent we're seeing coming up.
They play tennis well as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's very good looking, but that's not the only reason that, I'm mentioning him. Jack Draper to win, I think. Get out of Vogue magazine, anyways. Get on the tennis court, make me proud. So, thanks to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rauya Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel and, of course, follow us on X. GMT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, it's been another bloody day in Gaza with dozens more people reported to have been killed. This as rescue teams still recovering bodies from an outdoor beach cafe which came under attack yesterday. Plus, we're going to be speaking to General David Petraeus, the former head of the CIA and the former leading military figure in the US involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. We'll be asking him about Iran and what he thinks should be the plan now for peace in the region. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest from Gaza, where Israeli planes and tanks are reported to have carried out heavy strikes in the north and the south of the enclave today. Well, a number of homes are reported to have been destroyed. Thousands of residents have once again been issued with new orders to evacuate. This as Israeli tanks push into eastern areas of Gaza City and into the city of Khan Yunis. Well, local health authorities say that at least 20 people have been killed in these latest strikes. Meanwhile, at least 20 Palestinians are reported to have been killed and dozens more injured. This in Monday's airstrike on a popular seafront cafe in Gaza City. Well, rescue teams have been searching through the rubble at the Al-Baka cafeteria. The Israeli military, which says it was targeting Hamas members, says it's reviewing just what happened there. Meanwhile, after what's been more than 20 months of warfare and intense bombardment of the Palestinian territory, it's been confirmed that talks between Israel and the United States will take place next week in Washington. Well, these latest developments come as a group of more than 160 aid organizations are calling for an end to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Well, known as the GHF, this US and Israeli-backed body has been distributing aid in the Palestinian territory ever since the month of May. But the calls for it to be disbanded come in the context of chaotic scenes and near daily reports of people being killed while seeking food rations. Well, more than 500 Palestinians are reported to have been killed and almost 4,000 others injured whilst trying to access or distribute food aid. This during a period of less than 4 weeks. Well, the 160-plus NGOs that are calling for a return to the UN-led aid mechanism, which existed in Gaza until the month of March. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Yaakov Amidror, who's a retired Israeli Major General and former National Security Advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who joins us from Tel Aviv. Yaakov Amidror, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once again here on Al Arabiya English. It's been reported that more than 550 civilians have been killed near or at GHF aid sites. What's your understanding of how this has happened?
First of all, my understanding that Hamas is lying about the numbers. It is much, much less that had been killed. Most of them, when they try to go out of the access towards the centers in which we are producing food to the people of Gaza, you cannot take any seriously those numbers. Hamas is lying all the time about the number of people killed in Gaza. And in many cases, the numbers include the terrorists, and they don't say that they are terrorists. So you cannot take seriously the numbers which had been published by the Hamas from Gaza. And I saw the BBC publishing it, but the BBC doesn't have any clue about the real number of people which had been killed. They are taking the Hamas numbers and publishing it as a truth, as a fact. It is not connected at all to the reality. According to what we know in Israel, it is a few dozens and not hundreds.
OK, well, if you've got a better number or a more reliable number to share with us, perhaps you'd be kind enough to do so.
No, we don't know because there is no contact between our forces and these people. We are doing it in a few hundreds meters away, not to let them to bypass the queues which are leading to the centers of the food. And we don't know how many had been killed, but from the report that we are getting, it is about some dozens, if it is this is the highest number, if at all, and the numbers which have been published by Hamas are not connected to the reality on the ground.
So, General Amidror, you're saying that you don't know how many are killed, but you do know that the numbers that we've been given are the wrong numbers. I mean, how can you be so sure?
Because it's not the first time. We remember, all of us remember when Hamas published that we killed in one of the hospitals 500 people, and at the end of the day, it was found that there were only 32, and the missile itself, which hit the place, was a Palestinian one. So if you take the numbers of Palestinians seriously, the numbers are not connected at all to what happened on the ground, not in this case, not in this case, and not in other cases in which Hamas told us lies about the number of the casualties, the amount of casualties within the Palestinians.
You cited some numbers given by the BBC, and you've been dismissive.
The BBC is publishing the numbers which had been given by Hamas. They didn't check the numbers.
Well, it's been reported since the conflict began 20 months ago that the numbers from the health authorities in Gaza are very close to the ones that are published by the United Nations as well. There isn't a huge
which are the health authorities in Gaza? It's Hamas. I mean, Hamas is publishing the numbers of the civilians which have been killed by the Israelis. What is the interest of Hamas? To raise the number, because this is the best propaganda against Israel. So if you want to believe Hamas, I mean, you can, but there is no any connection between the numbers that Hamas is giving and the reality on the ground. And the connection between the United Nations agencies in Gaza and Hamas are known. It's not something new. And this is why we are not letting the United Nations agencies to bring the food to this part of Gaza. We are allowing it in the north, but not in the center and not in the south, because we know the connection between those agencies and Hamas. We learned during the war that Hamas and these agencies are the same people, the same places, the same decisions.
More than 160 aid organizations have written this open letter calling for the GHF to be disbanded. Are you saying all of them are simply trumpeting
They have clear
propaganda?
interest here. We are cutting the relations between the United Nations agencies, which are cooperating with Hamas, and the people of Gaza. We are saving the people of Gaza. In the past, it went through the United Nations to Hamas, and Hamas decided who will get what and in what price. We decided to change this chain of supply, and we are providing the people of Gaza directly, not through any organization. They are coming to the centers of the food, they are getting the food, each one for his family, and they are going. They don't have to pay any taxes to Hamas, they don't have to pay the strong people of the north or the south any money to get the food. It is coming from the American agency directly to their hands, and they can go home with the food, with the water. They don't need to go through Hamas, which, as you know, looting the Palestinians civilians for years, and during the war as well. So what we are doing, and of course, these agencies which cooperated with Hamas, that was their kind of, how to call it, the life that they had cooperating with Hamas, that was the essence of their behavior.
Okay.
So we are cutting the connection between them and Hamas, and they don't like it.
But surely you've seen the pictures of chaotic scenes around these GHF food distribution sites, where you've got extremely hungry, extremely weakened, visibly emaciated people who've trekked for hours through very dangerous terrain to collect food, then facing violence when they get there. Whose fault is that?
First of all, it's a war. You like it or not, it's a war, which imposed on us by Hamas, not by us. We didn't initiate the war. The war was imposed on us by Hamas. So in war, there are people who are suffering. It's not something that can be prevented. Hamas decided to fight within its own people. So now people complain, why you are fighting Hamas when Hamas is fighting within its own people? Civilians are there not because we brought Hamas into the civilians area. The civilians are there because Hamas is fighting within civilian areas. So those who ask the question why it is so problematic with the civilians, the answer is because Hamas is fighting within the civilians. There is no any other way to fight Hamas but within the civilians. And the fact that they don't have food and they are so weak, if it was so good before we provided them the food, while they are so weak. For months.
No, because there's been a blockade. Because there was a blockade for months.
For months it was done by the United Nations agencies and Hamas. But where is the food? We know where is the food, in Hamas' hands.
But there's been a blockade. There was a blockade for several weeks. There was a blockade for several weeks. How could aid get through during a several week-long blockade?
There is no blockade. Before we had these centers, the United Nations agencies got cars, huge cars, trucks at the entrance of Gaza, and they could provide it to whoever they want. You know to whom they gave it? To Hamas. And this is why the civilians are now...
What's the evidence? We've never been shown any evidence that food aid is handed over to eminence.
Pictures.
Where?
We have pictures. We have pictures of Hamas taking control of those trucks. We have pictures of them. Some of them we had killed when they had been on the cars. So we have very clear evidence. It's not, here you cannot say because we have pictures, and we killed some of them when they had been on the cars.
Why don't you let journalists? Into Gaza, and then we can see for ourselves?
There is no journalist inside Gaza. There are members of Hamas that pretend.
Why don't you let journalists? Why doesn't Israel allow journalists?
Because we don't want the media in the middle of the war. It's not the first time.
That's up to the media. The media covers wars all over the world.
We don't want media in the middle of the war.
Why not?
Because
why is this war different from any other war?
When there is a media, we cannot fight. It's like providing more civilians to the area.
No,
it's like asking us why you don't let civilians to go to the battlefield. We don't want to have media in the battlefield. We want to fight Hamas without the media. But what we can say, the pictures that we have, the pictures showed very clearly that the tracks led by United Nations agencies going into the north part of Gaza, Hamas is taking control of them and lead it to Hamas storages. We have some pictures of civilians within Gaza storming Hamas places because they want the food. And they didn't have the food, which was brought by us to United Nations agencies, and then went to Hamas.
So you're saying that journalists are doing a bad job of covering this war and they don't know what they're talking about.
No, I didn't say.
But you did. You said that about the BBC just a moment ago.
I said no. The BBC didn't check the numbers. It published the numbers of Hamas.
And they can't come in.
I don't blame them. They cannot check it. They cannot check it because they cannot go into Gaza. They cannot count the numbers. So they are taking the numbers of Hamas, publish it as a fact.
But why shouldn't journalists cover this war like they cover every other war in the world? Why can't we cover it?
I'm sure that if you ask BBC, they'll tell you these are the numbers of Hamas. We don't know if these are the real numbers. They think that it is the real numbers because it's BBC.
I'll tell you what they'll tell you. They'll tell you the same as every newswire tells us, which is that the numbers we get, which come from the local authorities there, are verified by, and they tally with UN numbers, and they've proven to be accurate
But
ever since the start of the conflict.
Who has the local authorities? It's Hamas.
Well, the UN has also been on the ground.
It's not a free country. It's not a democracy. It's Hamas. Hamas controls the numbers. Hamas controls everything which is getting out of the Gaza. And as I told you, United Nations agencies are cooperating with Hamas. You know, in the beginning of the war, I went to be briefed by one of our IDF centers. And I said, how do you know where are the centers of Hamas under the ground? And they said, we found the secret. If you have a triangle, if you have a mosque, an international hospital, and a facility of the United Nations, mainly UNRWA, a school or something like that, under that, you will find the centers of Hamas. It's a rule. So we know that UNRWA cooperated with Hamas. We found in the war itself, headquarters of UNRWA led to headquarters of Hamas. They cooperated. The hostages had been taken to houses and to houses of workers of UNRWA. We have numbers and we have names.
We've spoken to...
We don't trust the United Nations.
Well, you're asking us to take your word for it, but we've spoken to doctors who've served on the front line in Gaza, and we've put the usual Israeli allegations to them, that there are tunnels under all the hospitals, that the hospitals are hotbeds for Hamas. They told us nothing could be further from the truth. They said they never saw Hamas people, they never saw people in uniform, they never saw any tunnels. I mean,
how you
it
can
doesn't
say
tally.
We have the manager of Shifa Hospital, and he said loudly and clearly, we had been used and we had been a center of Hamas. We brought the hostages to Shifa. We can give you names. We can give you dates. We went to Shifa, and under Shifa was one of the biggest center of Hamas in the whole Gaza Strip. So how you can say the people had been there, gave huge number of pictures about it? How can you use it? And around where was killed the last commander of Hamas, Mohammed Sinwar? Under the hospital in Khan Yunis. The hospital was bombed near we bombed near the hospital. He went out and we killed him. He was killed under the hospital. So the body was there. You cannot deny it.
But
the
bombing
hospitals? Most of the hospitals, not all of them, most of the hospitals in Gaza Strip had been connected to centers of Hamas.
Okay, not the hospitals of any of the doctors we've spoken to, because they've said that's absolutely not true.
You expect that the doctor in Gaza will tell you...
These were British and American doctors who've gone to Gaza to do voluntary work. They've got no agenda. What's their agenda?
You know that if they say that, they will be killed by Hamas.
No, they've come back. They've left. There's no threat to their lives.
Okay.
They've come back.
Story is not the Shifa story that we went in and we found the headquarters under Shifa.
Doctors are pretty credible witnesses, aren't they?
Well, just 1,000 soldiers of the IDF. more than 1,000. And by the way, in the Israeli army, half of the soldiers are civilians, were reserve forces. You cannot, it's not, a closed group of soldiers. It's all of them civilians going out, and then when they're going home, they are free to say whatever they want. And they are opposition to the government, they are demonstrating in Israel. So you cannot hide such a lie. At the end of the day, under most of the hospitals in Gaza, the last example is Muhammad Sinwar. Where Muhammad Sinwar's body was found? Under the European hospital in Khan Yunis.
Okay, that's one example, but it doesn't apply to every single hospital in Gaza. Just lastly, do you accept that 20 months of continued warfare in Gaza has created dire humanitarian situations and that 2 million people are living in famine-like conditions? Do you accept that, or do you think that's also propaganda?
There is no famine in Gaza, not at all. It's a very bad situation, not famine at all. Very bad situation. It's very sad situation. You know whom you have to ask? Those who made the decision for Hamas to attack Israel, to butcher 1,200 Israelis, to rape and to burn babies. You ask them why they initiated the war, why they imposed war in Israel. We are just reacting to what was done in the 7th of October, and we will go after all the members of Hamas and all those which took part in the atrocities of the 7th of October. We have the names, we have the addresses, we will find them and we will kill them, because what they did in the 7th of October was something that should not be accepted by human beings, by human laws. It will not exist anymore in the world. All those who took part in the 7th of October atrocities, we are after them. And the question that you ask, which is the right question, huge suffering in Gaza, huge. Ask Hamas why they initiated the war, why they did the war in the 7th of October. They imposed the war on Israel, and now their families, we are very sorry about it, that they decided to fight within them, are paying the price. They can, tomorrow morning, finish the war. Just say, okay, we are ready to disarm Hamas. If they will say one sentence, Hamas will be disarmed, the war will be immediately finished. We don't want a war. We want to disarm Hamas. How? Or by an agreement, or by killing them. They have to decide. And in one sentence, they can finish the war that they had initiated in the 7th of October.
All right, we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Major General Yaakov Amidror. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jonathan Fowler, who is a spokesperson for UNRWA, who joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Jonathan, great to speak to you and to get a UN perspective. We were just speaking to a retired Major General from the Israeli army. Let me start by asking you, though, why have these 169 aid organizations called for an end to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation?
I mean, what they're saying is what we, the rest of the humanitarian community, the actual humanitarians who do the job of work of humanitarian aid around the world have been saying since this idea was first conceived and since the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation became operational, which is that this system, this scheme, if you like, is providing nothing but, starvation and gunfire to people who are in desperate need of humanitarian supplies. I mean, people are dying, people are being injured, and it's breaching all principles of international humanitarian law, and it's not even, operating at the scale required to bring in the necessary amount of aid. It's a solution in search of a problem in a way, and it's actually making the situation worse. So, I mean, we echo the call from these major humanitarian organizations, the likes of of Oxfam, Save the Children, the Norwegian Refugee Council, people like that, big hitters from the humanitarian sector who said this has to stop because it's not doing the job of work.
What should replace the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, in your opinion?
Well, we just need to go back to what, I mean, obviously, first of all, we need a ceasefire. I mean, I do want to emphasize that. But, I mean, the war must end. You know, that's the bottom line. But what we need to get back to in humanitarian terms is we need to get back to the kind of operation at scale that was helmed by the United Nations system during the ceasefire, which, you know, proof of concept. I mean, this is what we do around the world, not just in Gaza. We're able to massively hike the amount of aid that gets in to humanitarian zones because we have this operational model which works. So, you know, the alternative is there staring us in the face. I mean, it's us, and it's what we were doing before, and we should just be allowed to do our job. That's all.
Is the UN and are you and your teams ready to step straight back in again?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got huge amounts of aid, you know, sitting there waiting to get in at a moment's notice. I mean, I'm speaking here from Jordan, from the Jordanian capital, Amman. We've got UNRWA warehouses here, which are full of supplies. I mean, I was recently in one of our warehouses. You know, we've got food, we've got blankets, we've got medicine, we've got enough supplies for 200,000 people for 1 month. I mean, that's just part of what's needed to get into Gaza, but that's just in one warehouse that I was able to walk around in Amman. And yet this stuff is sitting here because it's not allowed in by the Israeli authorities.
What is the latest you're hearing about the current situation on the ground in Gaza? How's it evolved in the last week or 10 days?
I mean, it's desperate. You know, I've spoken to you before, and, you know, I often say I've run out of words to describe this. I think I have got to that point now. I mean, you know, dystopian is an understatement. Put it that way. It's absolutely shocking. I mean, you know, the levels of of malnutrition. You know, there are child amputees. The fact that water systems have been knocked out, they're not functioning. There's no fuel allowed in, so pumping stations. You know, we're down to in our clinics, our primary healthcare clinics, we're down to only half the medicines that we need. All of the things, everywhere you look, you know, and then these forced displacement orders, people constantly having to pick up and move because they're in, you know, Israeli designated no-go zones, and you know. It's like nothing is being done to improve the situation. This is the point. And then this supposed humanitarian solution has come along and it's given people a stark choice. You know, it's like a Hunger Games situation. And that really is shocking.
What diplomatic or legal action should be taken in your view? And maybe the UN is already pursuing this. But, I mean, basically, who would you like to hear or see doing what with regards to the situation and with regards to the GHF in Gaza?
I mean, you know, as we've said, you know, this is not an alternative to a proper functioning humanitarian system. So, I mean, we just need to get back to being able to do our job of work. But, you know, I mean, there's different vectors for international pressure, international support. There's constant appeals from the highest level in the United Nations system for us to be allowed to work, for aid to be brought in at scale, all of these things. That's just the UN. But then, you know, individual member states, groups of member states, you know, campaigners, voices calling for change. The point is the change has to happen. And that is down to the decision makers who've decided not to allow aid to go in the way that it should do. You know, there have been all kinds of moves over the course of this war. For example, certain countries turning to the International Court of Justice, that sort of thing. I mean, there's different vectors for this, but the key thing is that there has to be a sea change in the approach from the State of Israel. That's what it comes down to.
We've just been speaking, as I said, to a retired Major General in the Israeli army who says that all the food aid until the GHF came along was just falling into the hands of Hamas. He also said that UNRWA and other UN agencies simply provided cover for Hamas. What do you make of that?
I mean, the polite response is that there has been absolutely no evidence for that. And that's not just us saying that. The former US negotiator from the previous US administration has said on the record that you know, there was never anything even suggested in private discussions that he had with the Israeli authorities to suggest any kind of aid diversion. So, you know, then we hear these things like all the aid is falling into the hands of Hamas. I mean, that is complete misinformation. I mean, it's rhetoric. It's a rhetorical device. You know, we get accused of all kinds of things. Again, no evidence is provided. We have the United Nations has total chain of custody of the aid that it was bringing in, from when it came in right through to the hands of the people to whom it was being given. We knew exactly to whom we were giving aid. We know who we serve. People are registered. There is no evidence whatsoever for any kind of systemic diversion of aid by Hamas or any other militant groups. What we see, of course, is anarchy. We see chaos because of the complete collapse of law and order, the sort of social meltdown. So there's elements of criminality. There are all kinds of people who want to get their hands on a very valuable commodity. That's aid. And the point is that is so valuable because it is so scarce.
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep asking you these questions, but we get told one thing by the Israelis, and yet, as I was just saying to my previous guests, they're not letting journalists in, so we can't verify any of this for ourselves. I did suggest that journalists be allowed in to Gaza, and then we could verify and find out for ourselves. Again, the Israeli military denies its soldiers are firing or are ordered to fire on civilians at these aid centres. I mean, are you hearing reports to the contrary? I mean, what are people on the ground telling you specifically about the sorts of situations in which gunfire is fired at people waiting for aid at these centres?
I mean, we hear all kinds of reports. What we know and what we hear, including from international doctors who've been sort of in and around those zones, is that at least 500 starving people have been reported killed and nearly 4,000 injured. There is clearly something horribly wrong with what is happening. I'm also, of course, very aware of the recent reports in the Israeli media with soldiers, speaking to credible media, saying that they either did things or, some say they received orders. The point is stuff is happening. The question is, why is it happening? The context in which this so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and putting the name humanitarian in something doesn't make it humanitarian necessarily, but the context in which it is functioning is creating the environment for these kind of repeated tragedies. That's what we know, that's what we see, and this is why this has to stop.
Do you see a situation in which the UN comes in to lend some of its expertise to the GHF and perhaps work alongside them, or is that out of the question?
There's no reason for the United Nations system to work hand in hand with something which breaches international humanitarian law. We have a tried and tested system, has operated for decades around the globe, involving all kinds of different agencies. It works in natural disaster zones, it works in war zones. Why reinvent the wheel and create a wheel which frankly isn't even square, isn't even round, rather, a square wheel? I mean, that's the bottom line. There's always the possibility of complementary systems. There are NGOs that do their thing, have done their thing in Gaza, just as there are NGOs, for example, that work in other zones, war zones and disaster areas around the world. The point is that there's no reason for us to work hand in hand with something which doesn't follow basic international humanitarian principles. I do want to remind your viewers that the original CEO of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation actually quit on the eve of its starting operations, saying that he was not in a position to guarantee its respect for international humanitarian law, including the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality and independence. I mean, that says it all.
OK, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, as always. Jonathan Fowler, spokesperson for UNRWA, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Now, it's been more than a week since President Trump brokered a ceasefire, drawing a line under the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Well, Washington has suggested that nuclear negotiations with Tehran could resume as early as this week. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi seems to be suggesting that talks are unlikely to restart quite so soon. So, what's next for diplomacy? What might Iran's next moves be? And just how much damage has been inflicted on Iran's nuclear program? Well, we're joined now by General David Petraeus, who is the former director of the CIA, a position he held during a pivotal period. During his 37-year-long military career, he led key missions, including the Iraq surge, US Central Command and coalition forces in Afghanistan. He's also the co-author of the best-selling book, Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for joining us, General Petraeus.
Good to be with you, Tom.
You have described the damage inflicted by the United States and Israel on Iran's nuclear program as being very, very substantial. Would you go as far as to say it's been obliterated?
Well, I think there are some unknowns still that would lead me to stick with what I originally assessed as very, very substantial. That's a lot, obviously. We don't know, though, how much was done inside the mountain of Fordo. I think, again, very significant, but that'll require some time to determine. And we're not sure also whether there might be some of the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that may have been stored elsewhere outside of Natanz, Fordo, and possibly Esfahan, as well as some centrifuges that could enrich it further, of course, to weapons grade being over 90%. So I think that's the reason for hedging a bit on this. The bomb damage assessment process takes time. It takes all sources of intelligence, everything that you can bring together and synthesize, integrate, to reach a conclusion about how significant the damage actually has been and whether there still is some enrichment capacity and some highly enriched uranium to enrich.
Okay, so we still don't have all the evidence. We haven't got the full damage reports. Doesn't sound to me like you think we've seen the last of Iran's nuclear ambitions. What are your thoughts?
I think that's probably correct. In fact, what I would love to see now, the best case of all would be that Iran would agree to a nuclear accord that would essentially ban any enrichment of uranium in Iran. It would also allow the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that, to oversee the process of the dismantling of all of their nuclear enrichment architecture, and allow them to go anywhere they want at any time in the process of so doing. I'm not sure that Iran will do that. I would suspect that that's probably not the case. But then I think Iran needs to do a little bit of reflection and recognize that it is in an exceedingly weak position, given that all of its air and ballistic missile defenses those have been obliterated, I think it's fair to say, given that not a single Israeli aircraft nor American aircraft was even hit, much less shot down during the 12 days of this campaign.
Do you think there's an element of risk here that perhaps these events might have accelerated Iran towards trying to create a nuclear deterrent? I mean, they could argue they need one more than ever, given what's happened in Iran in the last 2 weeks.
One can make that argument. Sure, there's risk in everything, but there's also enormous risk to them if they were to be revealed as doing that. And once again, you'd see another devastating air campaign unleashed on them. And keep in mind that when you put together Mossad, CIA, NSA, other intelligence organizations, there are quite good, as they say, insights into what's going on in Iran. After all, look at what Israel did to reportedly 14 nuclear scientists, all pinpointed and identified and taken out. The same with a number of the leaders of the military and then the Revolutionary Guards Corps and so forth. So that should give them considerable pause, I think, and probably they should conclude that it would be a very bad idea were they to try to enrich to weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on that, I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, clearly very close coordination between Israel and the United States on intel, on military matters. How would you describe the overall mission and this joint force when it comes to collective intelligence?
Well, the intelligence and military relationships have always been very strong between the U.S. and Israel, and they were made even stronger when Israel was included as part of the U.S. Central Command as opposed to the European Command, which was really sort of a hangover from the past in a sense, I guess that they thought that the individual who's commanding Central Command should be focused, if you will, on the Arabs and others in the Middle East, and that European Command could look after the Israelis. That was changed a number of years ago. That relationship has improved ever since dramatically, literally operating hand in glove when it comes to this kind of endeavor. And that's been very, very good, as it turns out, in operational terms, as we have seen with this very, very impressive 12-day campaign by Israel, and also the very impressive strikes by the United States.
And there was talk of a rift between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump in the weeks preceding the first Israel strikes. Do you think that rift was somehow manufactured to add a little bit more sort of a surprise element?
Not necessarily. There have been rifts between presidents of the U.S. and prime ministers of Israel as long as I can remember. There were rifts when I was the commander of Central Command, and we still had a relationship at that time, although they were not formally part of our area of responsibility. There was a rift when I was the director of the CIA, and it didn't affect the relationship with Mossad at all, nor did the rift previous to that affect the military relationship. Those have always been very, very strong, and they have clearly stayed very strong. One other point I might make about Iran sprinting to a bomb if they have some HEU left and some centrifuges that can enrich it. I don't believe that they have the capability anymore to metallize it. Esfahan, that facility which was hit, was one of the three sites the U.S. hit. In this case, it was hit with cruise missiles launched from a submarine after Israel had already hit it very hard. That's the site where some critical parts of the enrichment process take place. They turn the uranium into something that can be actually enriched in the beginning, and then at the end of the process, if it's at weapons grade, they turn it into the kind of metal that can actually be shaped into a nuclear device. I don't think that they have that capability anymore as a result of the strikes on Esfahan, but again, that's another of the unknowns that is out there.
Sure. I mean, events move very quickly during the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, within hours of an Iranian attack on a U.S. military base here in the Middle East, President Trump was brokering a ceasefire with Iran. I mean, were you surprised by the pace of events? And did you think perhaps things were perhaps a little on the hasty side as far as President Trump's handling of all this?
I was a bit, to be candid, although there are, as always, elements of the decision-making process and factors that led to that aren't always clearly apparent to all the rest of us. One of those undoubtedly had to do with the opportunity for Israel to refurbish, to replenish its interceptor stocks for intercepting the Iranian missiles. Iran's missiles are dramatically reduced as a result of both their use and then a number of those that have been struck in warehouses and on launch pads, as have been their numbers of launchers. Nonetheless, that gets a bit concerning over time. You know, how many missiles and launchers does Iran have relative to how many interceptors does Israel have? And I'm sure that Israel is making the very most of this opportunity to manufacture more and more and more of those interceptors to be sure, absolutely certain, that they never run out before Iran does.
Do you ever offer any advice to the Trump administration? I mean, have you ever been asked for it? And is it at all common for a former CIA director to be asked for advice by an administration?
Well, yeah, in fact, the director of the CIA called me in a month or two ago, supposed to be 30 minutes, and I left after an hour and 20 minutes. So, sure, those who served in positions before you did often will reach out. That's customary, and it takes place. Depends, obviously, on the relationship between the incumbent and the alumnus of that position.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I mean, just sort of before we move on from the 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, some people, and we spoke to John Bolton yesterday, former US National Security Advisor, seem to suggest perhaps they could have gone further. The Israelis and the Americans could have gone further and perhaps, quote, finished the job. Do you tend to agree with John Bolton?
I was just with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. In fact, we were on stage together at Aspen Ideas. I have generally been a bit more cautious about that than he has, the possibilities for that. Certainly, there are elements within Iran that might want to break off. That's something different than regime change, but that's something we should keep an eye on. There are obviously Kurds, there are Turkmen, there are Azeris, there are Arabs, there are Baluchis, and at least 4 of those 5 are contiguous to countries or regions, in the case of Kurdish regional government, that with which they might feel more affinity than the government in Tehran. When it comes to overall regime change, however, I think that's pretty tough to envision other than from within the regime. Typically, when these situations occur, when a regime is weakened to the point that it might be overthrown, the individual or group that's on top at the end of it when the dust settles is the one that has the most effective and charismatic leader and the most guys with the most guns. And in this case, there's no real opposition leader who has emerged. If he had, he'd be in prison or dead. Although we should note that Israel did bomb the entrance of the prison that holds most of the political prisoners of Iran. But again, there's not that figure out there. There's not the kind of robust organization, weapons, and so forth that could materialize. So I'm a bit cautious about the prospects for outside overthrow of this regime. But you could always envision someone inside the regime at a reasonably high position who could say, you know, this 86 or 87-year-old guy is about to die anyway. Why don't we influence the succession process a bit here, or something along those lines. But I think we should be cautious about hopes that this might usher in an opportunity for a Jeffersonian Democrat to ride in on a white horse and take over, and recognize that all of this support for proxies and nuclear enrichment and so forth has been incredibly damaging to their country.
Sure, and President Trump himself seemed hesitant and possibly anti-regime change, a bit like what you're saying. I mean, do you think, though, at the end of the 12-day war, Iran poses less of a threat to the region and to U.S. interests than it did before the war started?
Oh, absolutely, sure. And you have to remember that over the course since 7 October, you've seen Hezbollah dramatically degraded. Its leadership not just decapitated at the very top, but decimated. Thousands of leaders had those pagers that blew up in their faces when they tried to decrypt that message that caused the explosion. And the next day, of course, their only remaining means of communication, the walkie-talkies, blew up as well. It is much, much reduced from what it was before. And because of the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime, the murderous Iran ally, because he is gone to Moscow, presumably, now you have leadership in Syria, still very much an incomplete task to consolidate the control. But Syria is not an Iranian ally at this point in time and will not allow Iran, as Iran used to be able to do, to transit Syrian soil with weapons, ammunition, missiles, rockets, and the implements for making more in manufacturing facilities and bases that Iran controlled in Syria. So that's a very significant change also.
Sure.
Beyond that, Hamas obviously is dramatically degraded. That is by no means over. There's still a lot of work to do, and the 3 objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu set out to achieve still have not been achieved, nor has a 4th one that I believe should be achieved, and that is to provide a better life for the Palestinian people in Gaza without Hamas in their lives. And the strategy they're employing will not achieve the first 3, much less the final 4th one. And then the Shia militia in Iraq seem to be taking a knee to a degree, perhaps trying to avoid some kind of upset in the months leading up to the election there. And the Houthis seem to be a bit degraded as well. And I doubt that Iran has much to share with any of them at this point, having been so substantially degraded itself. And keep in mind, again, that Iran's air and ballistic missile defense, for all intents and purposes, has been obliterated. And that means that Israel, if it needs to, can fly at will once again above Iran, as long as it stays out of the range of the heavy machine gun air defense weapons, and inflict further damage on Iran as is necessary.
And just mentioning Syria there, as you did, I just wonder what you thought of reports that Israel could normalize ties with Syria and Lebanon. I mean, is that something you would expect to see perhaps during the months ahead?
It would be a wonderful development, I think. Lebanon clearly is still a relatively new government. The degradation of Hezbollah and reduction of its influence allowed the selection of a president after a year of wrangling, allowed the parliament to move forward, allowed the Lebanese armed forces to move into that area between the northern border of Israel and the Litani River, the area from which Hezbollah was raining down rockets on Israeli citizens, some 70 or 80,000 of whom were not able to stay in their homes for well over a year. But let's see how the political situation develops there. Likewise in Syria, I've been impressed that the leader who overthrew Bashar al-Assad, who I should acknowledge was in our detention facility in Iraq during the surge, then to be sure was with ISIS, then broke off from them, Al-Qaeda, and then broke off from them. He is saying the right things, and I think we should give him every opportunity to actually implement what it is that he has been saying, which in essence is to say that this should be a government that represents all the peoples of Syria, a country through which, as you know, many of the ethnic and sectarian and tribal fault lines of the Middle East run, and that there should indeed be majority rule, but also minority rights very clearly guarded. And I'd love to see that come about in Syria after many decades of the Assads running it as their own little fiefdom in a very, very brutal and murderous fashion.
One of the things that emerged in the run-up to the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites was a lot of debate about whether or not the United States should get involved in what was perceived as being potentially another forever war in a faraway land. I mean, this aversion in the United States amongst the public and amongst people in President Trump's own party seems to be a legacy, doesn't it, of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, those are long wars. They were tough. We, by the way, didn't need to leave Afghanistan when we did. That was very sustainable. That was a big mistake. And I said so publicly at the time that we would come to regret it. And I hope that we have. We've plunged the country back into the kind of 7th or 8th century interpretation of ultra-conservative Islam, to the regret, I am sure, of at least 50% of the population, if not much more than that. But be that as it may, those are tough, long, hard wars. We did have Iraq in a very good position when our final combat forces left in late 2011. And tragically, the government of Iraq then pursued highly sectarian actions that undid a good bit of what it is that we all had fought together and sacrificed together to achieve. Regardless, those were tough. And I think you have lessons of the most visceral experiences that one has seen during one's lifetime. And this is a case where that is true. In fact, I wrote my PhD dissertation at Princeton on the American military and the lessons of Vietnam, another very tough war, which actually overshadowed some of what we did early on in Iraq, to its detriment, I would add as well.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that the US public is a bit war weary and they're fed up with these forever wars is the right driver to shape US foreign policy? Isn't it the wrong way round?
Well, it depends on what it is you're contemplating. I mean, Syria is not a long war for the United States. We have no boots on the ground. There's no intent to overthrow the regime, as was the explicit case in both Afghanistan, because the Taliban refused to turn over al-Qaeda. They were sheltering, and because, of course, the murderous regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. This is a totally different war. People should recognize that. I think President Trump has gone to some lengths to explain that, because there is a part of each party in the United States that is, again, absolutely averse to anything that would look like in Iraq or in Afghanistan again. But this is all part of understanding the domestic sources, the domestic factors that play into the determination of foreign policy, not just in the United States, but in any country.
And do you think President Trump should try to engage with Iran? Do you think the Trump administration will engage with Iran? I mean, there's talk about perhaps an Iranian delegation visiting the White House. Do you see that as likely?
Well, I think there should be some preliminaries before that happens, to be sure. But no, I think there should be engagement with Iran. It would be wonderful. Again, if the Iranian leadership could recognize how ruinous their policies have been for the people of Iran, 80% of whom presumably oppose what the regime has done and how it has gone about it. This is a country with extraordinary potential that has repeatedly failed to live up to that potential because they're too busy trying to cause mischief and problems and mayhem in other parts of the region. We should recognize, by the way, as well, that Israel is truly changed because of 10/7 in its strategic outlook. It will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in neighboring countries, but also in the region if it has the capabilities that Iran has demonstrated. So I think absolutely they should sit down. They should absolutely give up their nuclear effort. If they want to do civilian nuclear power, we or others can provide the uranium to fuel that. But otherwise, they should have no nuclear enrichment, and the IAEA should have full rights to go anywhere at any time to verify that that establishment has been completely dismantled.
Aren't you concerned, though, that Israel has slightly overreached when you consider all of the campaigns that Israel's been involved in across the region, Yemen, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories? I mean, does that sound to you like overreach?
It sounds to me like the response of a country that has experienced the most horrible day in its entire history. The worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, the worst intelligence mistake in their entire history. And there were others, of course, the Yom Kippur War among them. The worst military readiness failure. The response was wholly inadequate, and the worst political miscalculation. And that's why I mentioned they have changed their strategic outlook. And I think that that is appropriate. Think about what took place on that day, what they experienced, the losses. Keep in mind that we lost not quite 3,000 on 9/11. The equivalent losses for us of what they sustained for their population would be over 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. So no, I don't think that that is necessarily overreach. Iran has long been at the root of all of these problems as well, with its murderous proxies. I should note that hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers were killed in Iraq by the explosively formed penetrators that the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps provided to Iraqi Shia militia who were funded, trained, and guided by those in Tehran.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, how would you rate the Trump administration on foreign policy? Does the world feel like a safer place with President Trump in the White House?
Well, I think it's still very much a work in progress. We saw an astonishing gathering of NATO leaders, for example, just last week. I don't think anyone ever could have imagined that a U.S. president could get NATO leaders to do what they did, which was to commit to not just 2% of GDP on defense, but to 3.5%. Yes, it's over a period of time, to be sure, but that is very, very encouraging. And for me in particular, having been a NATO guy, if you will, having a NATO hat position as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star, while also having a U.S. hat, and having watched repeatedly presidents of either party in the U.S. rail at the insufficient spending on defense by Europeans, and all of a sudden you see them make that commitment. And it'll be 5% if you add in other ancillary actions and tasks that help support the movement of combat power to the Eastern Front, if you will, in Europe and so on. So I think that's very, very significant. The tariffs very much still out there waiting to be resolved. The sooner, of course, that they can be resolved, the better. The smaller that they are in general, also very much the better. That's still quite disruptive, and it creates enormous uncertainty among consumers in the United States as well as countries overseas that are dependent on trade with the United States. In the Middle East, I think, again, still very much a work in progress, but a very encouraging set of results from that particular work.
Okay, well, we've covered a number of topics. We could have covered a number more, but thank you very much in the meantime to General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Till then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
With each passing week, Saudi Arabia's economy is transforming in line with Vision 2030. At the same time, sustainability is a key pillar of that vision. Well, the country is reducing its dependency on oil revenue and diversifying rapidly. Well, by the year 2060, the kingdom aims to reach net zero emissions. So how are these goals compatible with the Saudi Arabian bold economic growth ambitions? Well, our next guest heads up the first voluntary carbon market company in the region. This Saudi company, VCM, was launched in October 2022 and is 80% owned by the PIF, 20% owned by the Saudi Tadawul Group holding company. Riham Al-Ghizi, CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Could I just start by asking you to tell us very simply, what has VCM achieved since its launch 3 years ago?
Okay, let me start by going at the history of the company. The company was incorporated in 2022, but the real announcement for it was in September 2021 by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he enacted Saudi Tadawul and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia to look into that project and launch it to be the first pioneering carbon market in our region. So that's the beginning of it. When we looked at the market over here, there was zero demand, zero supply, and zero knowledge about what is a carbon market, voluntary carbon markets. This was our starting point. Today, where we are having 30 corporations from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia subscribing into our market that covers 70% of the total emissions in the kingdom. We have launched back-to-back 3 massive auctions, the largest in the history of the market, and that tells you the size of it. And today we are announcing our agreement with ENWA, which is a landmark agreement. So these are steady steps that we have been going from one auction to the other to establish demand and see the size of the supply and as well building the ecosystem. It's not about agreements. It's not about auctions. It's about an ecosystem in the kingdom. Since our incorporation, there has been a lot of companies that has been set up in the kingdom to support the ecosystem. So all of this, the vibrance behind the market here in the kingdom and the region, this is something that we need to account for as well.
Thanks for that, Riham. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that deal that you just mentioned there, the deal you've signed with ENWA, which, of course, is the energy and water subsidiary of NEOM. Why is that such a significant deal?
Let me explain what is the significance of ENWA first. ENWA is, as you mentioned, the electric and water company or energy company of NEOM, which is the giga project of the kingdom. It has pledged to 100% renewable energy for the grid, for the whole of NEOM. And as well, the largest hydrogen plant, green hydrogen plant in the world will be in ENWA as well. So it's a massive company and with massive activities. And ENWA is so much committed to climate change and managing their emissions. That's why this agreement is a landmark one. It's huge in size because it's 30 million tons between now and 2030. but it also shows the commitment of NEOM to climate change and being green. And it shows our commitment to facilitate and intermediate in such agreements and pushing the kingdom further when it comes to carbon markets.
Okay, so that's probably added some momentum and some interest, has it, to the whole sector?
We've been not pioneering in the kingdom. I dare to say we've been pioneering in our region altogether. So this is a landmark agreement, is setting the tone for our region, and is showing the path for other companies as well.
Okay, I just want to take a step back at this stage, and I wondered if you could give us another real-world example. I noticed that Flynas has signed an agreement with you. Tell us, really for the benefit of people who don't even know what carbon credits are, how do they use in this agreement your services, the services of your company, voluntary carbon credits, to reach carbon neutrality? How does that work?
Well, Flynas participated with us in the launch of the exchange by transacting with us. And that is a huge thing for, I'm not talking about national air carriers in our region, but I'm talking about budget airlines as well, participating in that, which shows you the importance of that and the commitment. The airline industry is hard to abate sector because they burn energy, fuel, and that is very important for them to lower their emissions. There is the CORSIA scheme, which is a global agreement between the airline industry to reduce their emissions, use different alternative fuels, but that takes time. And hence, using carbon credit offset to lower the emissions of the airlines is very important. We have Saudi Airlines participating with us as well. We had Alpha Star, we had Flynas. So we had all sorts of companies in the airline industry in the kingdom. I would like to mention Saudi Airlines, that they were one of our anchor partners. We had 5 anchor partners. Saudi Airlines was pioneering with us in setting up the market and the ecosystem. So it shows how important it is. I don't know, do you offset your emissions when you fly?
Yes, sometimes I do.
Carbon markets is not only B2B, it's an individual commitment to climate. We depend on companies to offset our emissions, but we have also a commitment as well. And Flynas would offer that to their customers to offset their own emissions, which is something very important. And I'm asking all of the passengers to think about their own carbon footprint as well.
Okay, so that's a little bit about how it works. And of course, we are all, well, most people I think are familiar with the concept of offsetting their journey. You've mentioned a couple of different types of client, different profiles. So there's clearly no one typical profile, is there, of a VCM client?
Well, what we started with, and is very important, Tom, when we looked at the ecosystem in the kingdom and the emission sectors in the kingdom, I started by saying we were at zero demand, zero supply here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We looked at the carbon-intensive sectors. We have cement companies participating with us. Cement is a carbon-intensive industry, as we all know. We have the oil and gas companies. We have Aramco as our biggest supporter as well. We have PIF purchasing as well. And one of the things that really made me proud is family offices, private businesses in the kingdom. You had Al Alayan group. And when we asked them why you don't have any commitment globally, they said we are committed to environment over here. We had Abdul Latif Jameel in mobility, and we had El Zamel group. These are all privately owned companies, but they are committed to the environment, which is very progressive here in the kingdom. So we had family offices, we had private companies, we had companies owned by the PIF, we had Aramco, we had Saudi Airlines. You have a very vibrant economy over here in the kingdom, and accordingly, a lot of companies are committed to reduce their emissions, which is something we're very proud of here.
And you yourself are something of a bridge, aren't you, between the world of oil companies and this new focus of decarbonisation. This, I'm talking about your background in Aramco and, of course, BP, both of which have a heavy focus on oil. Just tell us, how does that help you? What does that help you bring to the table, do you think?
Well, my first exposure to carbon markets was with BP, with environmental products, because we worked a lot with the California market, which is a carbon market as well. This is the exposure. So the oil and gas is highly interactive with the carbon markets. To give you an example, last year Shell has offsetted 15 million tons annually. Aramco, to give another example, Aramco was the incubator of the idea to set up a carbon market in the kingdom. So the oil and gas industry is one of the biggest utilizers of the carbon markets, and hence there's a link between the two markets. Let me step back and explain why carbon markets are very important, if I can. Carbon markets are very important, voluntary carbon markets in specific, because not only they cover a wide range of projects from tech removals, which is direct air capture, big massive fan, absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, sequestering under the ground. This is a massive scale project and it costs billions of dollars, to the level of the farmers. So I would say conventional financing, climate financing, go to that big massive level of plants and whatnot, but carbon markets as well reaches communities. I've been going to Kenya and working with women in cook stoves. They burn wood, and it's very, very unhealthy for women. The amount of deaths that come from cook stoves, from cooking in open fire, was more in any given year is higher than the 3 years that we had COVID in. These projects are reached by the voluntary carbon markets. You reach small communities, you reach the farmers, you do the carbon offset at a big scale like carbon removals. This is why the carbon markets are very important, because the wide spectrum that they cover with that and this and the big scale. And it's very touching to see communities impacted by that. The money that goes and the premium that goes to the farmers themselves to change their farming activities. So this is the importance of carbon market. Mm-hmm. Let me say another thing. The size of the market we're talking about right now is $2 billion. The size by 2030, we're talking about $35 billion. Is that enough? Absolutely, absolutely not. We need more investments to go through that. We need more pioneering companies such as ours to go into that. And let me tell you why. According to the OECD, by 2030, if we were to reach the 2050, 1.5 degrees Celsius, by 2030, the world economy should spend $7.5 trillion on climate finance. Currently, in 2023, the spend was $1.5 trillion. Is that enough? No. We need to use every tool, be it carbon market, carbon tax, compliance market, every tool to accelerate. And carbon markets are very important because not only they cover large scales, but also communities. That's very difficult to penetrate into them. Okay. So this is the importance of carbon market for me.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about something that's going to happen in the year 2030. Lots of things happening in 2030, of course, but one of them is a goal you've actually set yourselves, which is to offset enough carbon to be able to reforest an area the size of Germany. I mean, that is huge. How are you going to do that? How are you doing with regards to meeting that target as well?
This target is very proportional with the emissions that come from our region. We're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. And this is a fair share of our contribution to emissions, relevance to the world. What we're calling for is to scale the carbon market to be able to offset a fair share of our emissions globally through carbon markets, which reaches, as I said, different scale of projects. And it's a very important for us is not to only to pioneer here in the kingdom, but to go beyond the kingdom and lead in the region. Which is why, for instance, we went to the Arab Federation of Exchanges last month in Tunis, and we launched a small size auction to make sure that we interconnect with different exchanges within our region and to increase the liquidity pool for our market. This is why, and it was very well received, not only from the different exchanges, from Tunis to Morocco to United Arab Emirates, it was very well received, but also from the Nigerians, from the African exchanges who came to us afterwards, and we were talking about connectivity, interconnection, having one order book, which increases the size of the market and increases the liquidity, is very important to us.
Now, you've touched on this already, but I'd just like to clarify for the benefit of our viewers, really. Why would a company choose to buy voluntary carbon credits instead of just reducing emissions? What's the motivation to participate in the VCM?
Well, I mean, companies have different, in our region, what we have seen, there are companies who are very advanced in their journey with decarbonization. And there are companies who are at the beginning of the journey, and we help both. What we have in the company, we have advisory services that help companies measure their emissions and have their decarbonization curves, and then use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool. What we look for is if we offset only 5% of any plant's emissions, that's a huge deal for us. And it's a huge deal for the other side, which is the projects that they are financing. Let us not forget that carbon credit offset is a tool, is a revenue for those projects that are uneconomic without carbon credit offset as a financing tool for them. So what we do is we talk to companies who are advanced, like the likes of Aramco. They know what they want. They know how to decarbonize their operations. They have their commitments to net zero by 2050. They have interim commitment by 2035. So they have different commitments to reduce their emissions, and they use carbon credit offset as a complementary tool to their decarbonization of their operations, be it electricity, be it energy efficiency, and on top of it, carbon credit offset. And there are those other companies that we are helping with our advisory services to see how they can reduce their emissions. Some people think that climate finance is extra burden. I see it as an opportunity. We have to have jobs that comes around climate finance, training and job openings that comes with carbon accounting. These are all job opportunities that is out there. So there's always economic opportunity. Energy efficiency, it's reducing your electricity bill, it's reducing your energy bill. So there's a lot of things that comes out of reducing your emissions that is very effective for companies. And this is something. And also, we need to understand that there are shareholders who push their companies to reduce their emissions. There is financing needs that credit ratings with the financing needs come from how much you are committed to climate and environment. So there's a lot of different forces that pushing the companies to go that direction as well.
Okay, and Riham, just briefly, carbon credits are Sharia compliant assets, aren't they? Just talk us through that, because that's really significant, isn't it, in this particular region?
If I were to say something, if we talk about climate finance and Islamic finance and the intersection between them, I would claim that this is the might of Saudi Arabia, because we are the one who innovated that. When we started working, as I said at the beginning, when we looked at the different sectors in the kingdom, and we looked at the banking sector, we said, what can we do with the banking sector over here? We can offset their electricity bills, but can we go a further step? If you look at the Islamic finance size here in the kingdom, we're talking about $500 billion a year. This is a huge size for carbon markets altogether. And what are the pillars of Islamic finance? They use commodities as a backing for the transactions. So they use gold, steel, and rice. We thought, why not using carbon credit offset as a commodity backing? And by that, we channel funds to the carbon market. So we started by the Islamic Development Bank, and we got fatwa. We supported them and we worked with them in getting a fatwa from the Sharia Council to make the carbon credit offset as a backing commodity for Islamic finance. We succeeded in that. And we're very proud of that, because this is financial innovation. This is the first in the world, the first fatwa, and it was powered by us in terms of technical and whatnot. And it was approved for Murabaha. And afterwards, we took it to the SMB, we took it to SAP, and we are working on launching our services when it comes to that. I think next year, we're working on the blueprint, and we would connect directly to the banks, so that if someone go and have a mortgage from a bank, rather than having it backed by rice, having it backed by carbon credit offset, and this is an Islamic pillar, you benefit all people. You benefit the climate, you benefit the globe. And this is so much matching with the concept of Islamic finance.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, are you seeing at a global level perhaps less interest in decarbonising When you think, for example, about what's happening in the United States, and you think about slogans like drill, baby, drill, I mean, does that mean less enthusiasm towards decarbonisation compared to, say, a year or 2 years ago?
I really like the question, Tom, and thank you for asking it. No, on the contrary, I see more companies committing. To give you an example, I'll talk about the carbon market and I'll talk about the oil and gas industry as well. For the carbon market, this May was the highest, 70% high retirement versus last year. Retirement is when you offset against your activities. So 70% increase year on year. That's a strong signal from the market, from the carbon market. If we look at the oil and gas industry, none of them have changed any of their commitments towards the climate. We still have Aramco active with us. We've seen all of the oil and gas industry, including in the US, still committed to climate, haven't changed in any of their commitments, and still active in the carbon market. So I would say for any company, I mean, geopolitics change, but the climate commitment is still there, valid, and you cannot change your strategy and planning by the change of different geopolitical changes, because it could swing the other way around as well. What are you going to do? So I'm still confident around ESG. I'm still confident about the climate. This is not a problem for companies. It's a problem for us as individuals. It's a problem for the whole globe. It's ecosystems. It's farming. It's animals. It's everybody who's living on this planet. So nothing should change. We should go steadfast momentum on what we need to achieve, and we're way, way behind. So hopefully we'll continue the momentum.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Riham El-Ghizi, the CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate it. And having this opportunity was really good. Thank you very much.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cape Town. See what nature and culture have to offer in Cape Town. Cape Town is the second largest city in South Africa and the southernmost city of the African continent. It is home to the famous Cape of Good Hope, where you'll get a thrilling glimpse of where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean. The city is also known for the Castle of Good Hope, with its extensive William Fair collection of art and military memorabilia. Another iconic destination is the Robben Island, which offers visitors a first-hand experience of the imprisoned history of leaders like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. The prison not only holds important historic significance, it also allows for a beautiful half-day ferry ride across the sparkling waters of South Africa. Over 20 million tourists also visit the Victoria and Alfred waterfront each year. It is known as the city's working harbor, where you can have plenty to do in terms of dining, shopping, and sightseeing. One of the 7 magnificent botanical gardens of the world, you should also have a look at the luscious and rare flora of Cape Town at the Kirtenbosch Botanical Gardens. You'll definitely come across impressive rows of rare African plants. It's a great place for botanical education. There are also a lot of marine life to see in the city. Cape Town offers a rare and up-close glimpse of these underwater animals while in their natural habitat. Table Mountain is the greatest and most popular landmark of Cape Town. It's one of the famous places in the city that features an incredibly unique and varied ecosystem. It's also suitable for leisurely walks or morning jogs, and great for hiking up to the summit. You can enjoy a hearty meal while at it, or simply take in the magnificent view. There are also many vineyards worth visiting in Cape Town. Along the endless stretch of hills and valleys are the vineyards that make the best wines in the world. Heavy with local culture are the colorful streets of Bo-Kaap. It is popular among the visitors of Cape Town, offering a lively glimpse into the culture of the Muslim descendants who created these enchanting streets. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll be examining this week's NATO summit at The Hague, and we'll be asking, was it as strong on substance as it was on form? Plus, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth describes last weekend's US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as historically successful, but Iran's supreme leader says they achieved nothing. Which is it? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with analysis of this week's NATO summit at The Hague, which is widely seen as having been a success for the 32-member alliance. Well, the US President Donald Trump was on the ground in the Netherlands for less than 24 hours, and yet he returned to Washington having secured a significant policy change, one that he's pushed for since 2017, namely to get member states to commit to boosting defence and security spending to 5% of GDP by the year 2035. Well, the US President has previously accused NATO members of freeloading off Washington. Well, the Hague summit was short and seemingly far more amicable than in previous years. It even saw the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte refer to President Trump as a daddy.
They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
So that was the US President Donald Trump speaking alongside the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Meanwhile, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was quick to brush off the commitment to that boost in defence spending by NATO member states. Here's what he said.
As for the impact of this 5% ceiling, or rather the 5% target on our security, I don't think it will be significant. We know what goals we are pursuing, we don't hide them, and we openly declare them. They are absolutely legal from the point of view of any interpretations, principles of the UN Charter and international law. And we know what means we will always use to ensure these goals.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Stephanie Babst, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, who joins us from Foch in Germany. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure speaking to you. Let me start by asking you this, Dr. Babst. Was this summit, this NATO summit at The Hague, a success in your view?
Well, according to what allies leaders, as well as the NATO Secretary General said, it was all a splashing success. A short and sweet 2.5 hours meeting. The success rate was probably related to whether Donald Trump felt comfortable and was happy, and recalling his press conference, I had the impression that he left The Hague quite satisfied. But that's just one part of the story. The other is that, unfortunately, the NATO summit didn't deliver any type of strategic footprint.
OK, but what it did deliver is a pledge from NATO member states to boost their spending on defence and security. I mean, to a level that President Trump has been saying for almost a decade now, it really needs to be achieving. I mean, that's a success, isn't it?
Well, it depends. I mean, first of all, it's a declaration of intent. It's a non-binding commitment along the lines that we've seen 11 years ago at the NATO Wales Summit, when the NATO allies made a very similar pledge, this time to 2%, and they vote to really invest into upgrading and bolstering their defense and deterrence posture. It took them 11 years, and some of those countries hardly made it to the 2% target. Now, as far as the 5% is concerned, as I said, it's a declaration of intent, and many countries will continue to struggle with fiscal issues, with domestic priorities. Countries like Spain, Croatia, Italy, many others, they hardly met the 2% target. So I'm not too convinced that this is really a strategic message that President Putin, our strategic adversary, took serious in a sense that it will prevent him from doing what he has been doing in the past 11 years. And I think that's unfortunately.
Indeed, we heard the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov reacting to that announcement, that memo, saying that the extra spending won't really make much of a difference. But I mean, obviously, the Russians would have said that whatever. And you know, one of the things that has changed perhaps in the last couple of months is that the Russian economy is starting to look quite weak. And they don't seem to be winning this war, do they?
Well, I think coming back just for a minute to the pledge of 5%, it's more or less self-evident to me that Europeans and Canadians need to invest into their military capabilities, into their manpower, into improving the technological base for military capabilities, to overcome the fragmentation of the European defense market. All this is on the political table of governments for the past years. So I would have very much liked to see these governments just doing this, just implementing what they keep on saying for the past years, and instead use the summit to focus really on the broader, vitally important strategic issues. And the issue really unanswered, untackled, so to speak, is how can we deter Russia? How can we actually make Russia understand that it will never get Ukraine? And so none of this was discussed. All the issues, the strategic issues, were brushed aside at the NATO summit in The Hague. Because the American delegation made very clear at the very beginning that they didn't want to talk about a long-term strategy towards Russia. They didn't want to talk about the next steps in terms of securing Ukraine's future. They didn't want to talk about enlargement. They didn't want to talk about China. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that the Russian side looked at the summit and said, okay, I mean, here were allies, I mean, who paddled their own shoulders, saying this was one more time a historic success, but the implementation of their political intent will yet to be delivered.
One commentator described the summit at The Hague as being a, quote, carefully choreographed show of NATO unity. I mean, we can be skeptical about, you know, that unity, and we can be skeptical about the substance of what was achieved. But isn't it much better that those member states show unity than show disunity? I mean, doesn't it send out a key message?
Well, that's very much, I guess, what former colleagues of mine in the NATO headquarters would say. It's all about showing off. It's all about leaving the impression, or giving the impression, that there is a particular sense of unity and political solidarity. But people who watch what's going on in Europe, people who listen to what European leaders say, people who listen to President Trump in the past 100 days, they know perfectly well that there is no such a thing as a full-fledged, strong, robust unity. We have a US president who has cast doubt whether he is really committed to NATO ever since he has moved back into the Oval Office. We have a US president who is not only attacking long-standing allies such as Canada and Denmark, threatening them to invade them or make them their 51st member country. We have not only a President Trump in the White House who has openly saying that he is really not buying into the idea of defending the rules-based order and instead is showing more than sympathies to the Russian president. And then we have European countries, such as Hungary, such as Slovakia, who, ever since Russia attacked Ukraine, keep on saying, this is not, our issue. We want to keep our wonderful relations to Russia. We want to keep our business relations. We have countries such as, Turkey, who continue to playing a very ambivalent role towards Russia. So I can't really see the type of unity, that we keep on talking about. And I think it's, it looks to me as if there is an, effort made to propagandize on this message. And I don't think this is very healthy.
What about the meeting that took place between Presidents Trump and Zelensky on the sidelines? I mean, a 50-minute long meeting, their first meeting since they met at the funeral of the Pope in Rome. Apparently, things went quite well. I mean, doesn't that offer you some hope that perhaps President Trump has come round at least to the NATO, other NATO member states' view of this war in Ukraine, and indeed the Ukrainian president's view of it?
Well, let's look one more time at reality. Reality is that the United States has halted its cyber operations against Russia. The United States has halted, or rather suspended, any type of military aid packages in support of Ukraine. President Trump has repeatedly said that he has more or less sympathies, understand the Russian rationale of attacking Ukraine. President Trump has formally acknowledged the illegal annexation of Russia, or by Russia, of Crimea. And I can't help but think, he's completely agnostic about the strategic fate of Ukrainians. And I don't expect for a minute that this is going to change in the future, regardless of who he meets and how this meeting eventually comes around. So it is up to us. It is up to the Europeans and all those in the Democratic camp who really want to continue work towards making sure that an aggressor such as Russia will not get its way and will not, succeed. And I would have liked to seen at the NATO summit a meeting of the coalition of the willing. Where were they? They keep on making noise for months now about working on a deterrence, a posture, a reinforcement operation in Ukraine in order to really contain Russia in the long run. They were not there. There was no mentioning of that. So I must admit, you probably hear that in my voice. I'm really frustrated to a certain extent and cannot really join the chorus of all those saying it was rose and dandy. It wasn't.
Okay, so you might say to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, whose language was pretty glowing of the US president, some very interesting choices of words to describe him. But one thing he said, Mr. President, dear Donald, this push for increased alliance defense spending will help you to achieve something that no American president in decades could get done. What you're basically saying is that Mark Rutte is perhaps being unrealistic.
I have spent 23 years of my professional life at NATO. I helped prepare and attended 10 NATO summits, and I worked for 5 NATO Secretary Generals. So I'm extremely well aware that every Secretary General of NATO needs to really strike a positive, constructive tone towards the United States, towards, the American president. But I think there is really space between groveling to the American president and making the points made by other European allies. And I was really embarrassed listening to the Secretary General Mark Rutte praising the leadership of someone in the White House who clearly doesn't really share much of what we, at NATO at least, have tried to come across or get across and cultivate over the years, which is a sense of democratic togetherness and a sense of being treated really as, a community of values. And I can't see this at all. And as I said, I was really embarrassed.
Okay, well, I mean, you're saying that Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, was groveling there essentially to President Trump. But I mean, given the choice between groveling to President Trump and having his involvement and having, some sense of togetherness, and the alternative being annoying President Trump, getting his back up and having him walk away or storm off even, and perhaps turn his back on NATO altogether. I mean, surely the groveling option is the preferable of the two.
Is it really? Is it? Is this really the attitude, the level of ambition that Europeans and Canadians should show? I doubt that very strongly. I wish Europeans would develop a stronger sense of self-confidence and political stamina. I wish very much they would be obviously open and ready to continue working with the United States. I've been a transatlantist for really all my life, so I really wish that we would have a United States on our side on which we can rely on. But I very much doubt that this is the case. So in order to really move forward with the pressing issues here on our continent in Europe, and in order to really support Ukraine, which after 3 years and 4 months still endures, this absolutely reckless Russian aggression. I really want more, than European leaders groveling and hoping, that at some point President Trump will leave the NATO Council room happy. And I don't think this should be really our level of ambition.
So when you hear the Lithuanian president saying that we should choose a motto, which is to make NATO great again, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, strategic messaging is one. And as we already discussed, it would be really important for the allies, the 32 allies, to come across as dedicated, resolved, and really with, a shared vision of how they want to go about reinvigorate European security. But we don't do this. We talk a lot. We invent new terms like make NATO great again. But at the end of the day, what counts is the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, that's why I feel so passionate about Ukraine, is that we have failed. We continue to fail to push back a Russian aggressor, which is so reckless and which is killing and terrorizing Ukrainian people all the way in the run-up to this wonderful historic, summit. We really, I think, must become better. And so I really hope for those in the alliance, for those very clear-eyed governments, in particular in Scandinavia, in the Nordic region, in Poland, in the Baltic countries, who understand what is at stake and are really prepared to take the necessary steps.
Under the previous leadership of the alliance, with President Biden at the White House, this war with Ukraine started. Obviously, Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and they didn't manage to stop it. And here we are in the 4th year of this war, as we've been saying in this conversation, and the war still hasn't stopped. Are you at all confident that some fresh approaches, like the ones that President Trump has discussed, and with some unorthodox methods, which we've seen from President Trump, are you at all confident that that could somehow or other yield a result?
No, I'm not. My assumption is that the Russian side will continue executing their summer campaign, all the way in the next few weeks and months, probably by the end of autumn, early winter, once they come to a halt. They will signal more readiness to start negotiating in one way or the other. And I continue to believe that President Putin feels simply emboldened by our policy. We keep on saying we support Ukraine as long as it takes. We haven't identified any form, any type of strategic end state. If you don't have an end state, if you are, unclear about what is it that you want to achieve, do we want to have a frozen war in the middle of Europe? Is this really what we want collectively? And give in to the Russian president? Or do we want to help Ukraine defeat Russia? Unless this question is not answered, we keep on circulating around. And I can only praise the Ukrainian political stamina and resolve, because they continue to make remarkable progress in terms of fighting back, developing their own defense industries, their own capabilities, making really smart operational moves on the battlefield, like we've seen just a couple of weeks ago. And so I think Ukrainians they have already become the strategic center of gravity in Europe. So the question should no longer be whether, we support them and, let them wait in front of the NATO doors for the next, 20 years? But I think the question should be rather the other way around. What is it, that Ukrainians can provide and perhaps will be ready to provide in order to secure European security? And yes, that's a question I don't think that has ever occurred to President Trump, nor has he ever voiced it, nor I think is he, someone who thinks in terms of strategic categories. He thinks in terms of quick deals, deliverables, and messages he can sell towards his home base back in the United States.
And just lastly, Dr. Babson, briefly, if you will, and I'm sure you'll be glad to be brief on this last answer, because I don't think you're going to like the question. But the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, likened President Trump to a daddy. That was one of the headlines that came out of the NATO summit, that President Trump is a daddy. Is that an image he conjures up for you?
The organization that I worked for the past 23 years is not a cartel led by, a chief whose ring you need to kiss. I think that says it all.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Stephanie Babst, former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much for this very good conversation. I appreciate that. All the best to you.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome back. The French car maker Citroën, which is part of the Stellantis group, has unveiled a new SUV model this week. While facing stiff competition in the electric vehicle sector, the company, which has a more than 100-year-long history, saw a drop in sales in Q1 this year. Well, we're going to speak now to the Citroën CEO, Thierry Koskas, about the new model, where he sees the industry heading, and how he aims to win market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Koskas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Just behind you, I think I can see two of the new cars, the Citroën C5, I think it's called, Citroën C5 Aircross, in fact. It's an electric vehicle, and it's got quite considerable autonomy, doesn't it? So what does this tell us about where Citroën views the future of car making?
Well, actually, we are presenting with the new Citroën C5 Aircross, our new flagship. It comes with multi-energy, but particularly, as you said, with an electric version, up to 680 kilometer range. We really think that this is part of the future. At the end of the day, the world is electrifying, and we are proposing cars that not only are affordable, but also very convenient for customers with such a high range. So we think it's part of the future of the car industry.
Okay, so it's affordable, and that seems to be a key word here. Perhaps that explains the language you've been using to describe this type of car, accessible electrification. Who would you say is the target audience or the target buyer of this car?
Well, we have actually, with the new C5 Aircross, two targets for Citroën. Number one is families. This is a very roomy vehicle. You can sit with 5 people in a very, very comfortable environment. There is a lot of room, particularly in the second row. And the second one, this is very much a B2B car, a car for companies where many executives will love to drive this car. So two targets really for us, families from one side and B2B fleet companies from the other side.
Mr. Koskas, I gather this car's got what's called multi-energy flexibility. So it's basically a hybrid that's also electric. And that's an opportunity at the moment, isn't it? Because there are some countries that aren't ready for fully electric cars. Where do you think this car is going to be most popular?
Well, we indeed offer multi-energy. Actually, you can have 3 types of engine with this vehicle: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. And, you know, in Europe and in the world, the situation is very different from one country to another. We have some countries, if you take the example of the north of Europe, that are now fully electrified. So we will sell, I would say, only the electric version. But we have other countries that are a bit remote in terms of electrification, and hybrid or plug-in hybrid version will be absolutely suitable. So as we have multi-energy offer, we will be able to adapt to any type of market. By the way, not only in Europe, but also in many countries in the world.
I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about where and which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroën, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of effort to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroën.
Mr. Koskas, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroën grow in?
Well, we would love to because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroën, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroën will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And you know, I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroën, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. You know, in Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is, again, a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroën, and we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroën, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being, because as you know, Citroën doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis, Stellantis is, because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroën particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, but what about supply chain issues? Anything you've noticed?
No, actually, you know that we were facing supply chain issues back 2 years ago with a specific shortage on some components or whatever. That has now been solved. I would say we have now today a normal supply chain, and we are able to supply any car that the customer would need. And that's obviously very good. The demand is very high. We have now a very, very recent range. C3 was launched a year ago, C3 Aircross 6 months ago. So there is a lot of demand, and we are able to fulfill the demand, which is obviously great news for our customers.
Again, where do you see the future heading with regards to electric vehicles? Where do you think the industry is going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, actually, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that electrification will go up. Now, will we be at 100% in 10 years? I don't think so, but I would suspect that in many countries, particularly in Europe, we should be above 50%. I really, really think it's the future, as long as you offer affordable product to the customers, and as long as you have the right infrastructure to recharge your car. If the two conditions are met, we can really envisage a growth of the electric market above 50% within 10 years.
Is there any slowdown in demand for electric vehicles, as some are suggesting, as perhaps people go back to hybrids? I mean, is that something you're seeing?
Well, actually, a lot of people are talking about slowing down. I can tell you that at Citroën, we are not seeing any slowdown. The share of electric cars, pure electric cars in our sales is growing every day. We are now above 20% in Europe, so it's really, really growing. And for a very simple reason, it's very easy to explain to a customer that electric is great as long as it's affordable. The running cost is super cheap because you are going to run your car on electricity. It's much cheaper than petrol in most countries in the world. So it's easy to convince customers. So I really don't see any slowdown, at least for us. We see, on the contrary, a growth of electrification, and that's obviously very positive for us.
Okay, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thierry Koskas, the CEO of Citroën. Appreciate your time.
Many thanks.
And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal. Do stay tuned.
Airbus is considered one of the leading names in the global aviation industry and a fierce competitor to its American rival, Boeing. Founded in 1970 and headquartered in Toulouse, France, Airbus operates manufacturing plants and engineering centers across several European countries, most notably France, Germany, and Spain. Here at the Paris Air Show, Airbus has announced major deals with airlines in the Middle East, including Riyadh Air, Saudia, Flynas, and others. To discuss this topic further, we are joined by Mr. Wouter van Wersch, Head of International Affairs at Airbus, to learn more about the company's priorities and the strategic partnerships it is currently developing in our region. Welcome, Wouter.
Hello, Leigh.
We will begin the interview with the recent developments unfolding in the region and the Middle East, particularly the escalating situation between Iran and Israel. Does the political situation in the Middle East, particularly the war between Iran and Israel, affect you directly or indirectly?
It's still a bit early to speak definitively on the matter, but it's clear that this region is extremely important to us. As you know, we have a strong presence here, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've been operating there for more than 40 years, with around 400 employees, 40% of whom are local staff. And we've witnessed tremendous growth. We have a strong partnership, and the Vision 2030 launched by His Royal Highness is truly remarkable. At Airbus, we genuinely want to contribute to it. As you may have seen during the air show this week, we dedicated Monday as Saudi Arabia Day, and it was filled with exciting announcements. Yes, the political situation is complex, especially geopolitically due to ongoing conflicts, but we must learn to live with it, and we continue to strongly believe in the importance of this region.
What are the most significant contracts signed recently with airlines in the Middle East? And are there any new agreements expected in the near future?
We currently have around 200 aircraft operating in Saudi Arabia, and we already have a strong order book that includes 350 aircraft. Just this week, on Monday to be specific, we added more aircraft to our backlog through two fantastic agreements. The first with Avalon for the supply of A321neo and A320 aircraft, and the second for A350 freighter aircraft, which is Airbus's latest cargo plane. In addition, Riyadh Air announced a new order for 50 A350-1000 aircraft. These will be the first A350s to enter the kingdom. That brings us to a total of 127 new aircraft, a truly impressive and exciting number. We're extremely proud of the trust placed in us by both companies. Of course, our relationship with Saudi Airline goes way back. It was truly a wonderful day that significantly deepened the bonds of friendship between Saudi Arabia and Airbus, and we're very proud of that.
What has been the real impact of the trade wars on Airbus so far, particularly in terms of your relationships with international partners?
Naturally, we prefer stability. And it's clear that what's happening now with pricing is making the situation much more complex. As you know, supply chains have still not fully recovered since the COVID pandemic. We have a massive backlog of more than 8,600 aircraft that we must deliver in the coming years, so we truly need a stable environment. Airbus is in a good position. We have excellent aircraft, and we're focused on delivering them to our customers. We're closely monitoring price fluctuations as they naturally affect the entire industry. That said, we're a flexible company, and we're taking the necessary decisions to ensure this does not impact our customers, which is the most important thing for us. We want to continue delivering aircraft to airlines, as well as military aircraft, helicopters, and satellites. Our goal is to empower our partners to carry out their operations in the best possible way.
What are Airbus's priorities in the Middle East and Africa for 2025 and 2026? And what growth prospects do you anticipate in these markets?
If we look at air traffic, it's the main driver of our industry, especially in this region. Each year, we estimate the size of the market for the next 20 years, and we announced our latest figures just last week. Interestingly, the global air traffic growth forecast stands at 3.6% annually over the next 2 decades, while in the Middle East and Africa, it's projected at 5.6%, reflecting massive demand for aircraft. That's precisely why this region is so strategic for us. As I mentioned earlier, we have a strong presence here, and Saudi Arabia's vision, backed by the Public Investment Fund, offers us tremendous opportunities. We aim to enhance our local capabilities in the commercial aviation sector, and we also see promising opportunities in defense. Saudi Arabia, for example, has the second largest MRTT fleet after Europe. We also believe the A400M military transport aircraft would be a great fit for the kingdom. Additionally, there are more than 100 helicopters currently operating in the country. Our ambition is to manufacture the first made in Saudi Arabia H145 helicopter in partnership with the local ecosystem to serve both the kingdom and the broader region. We have great confidence in the capabilities of the local human capital and are looking forward to further collaboration to achieve this remarkable growth.
What strategic partnerships is Airbus currently developing in the region? Are there any notable industrial or technological collaborations underway?
As you know, we always have multiple projects underway across various sectors: aircraft, helicopters, satellites. We're constantly working to develop and improve our current platforms, while at the same time preparing the next generation of technologies. The environmental aspect is a major priority for us. We're working on improving aircraft performance in collaboration with engine manufacturers, and we're placing special emphasis on sustainable aviation fuel. I believe Saudi Arabia can play a major role in this area, as can the entire region. We're not only focused on current technologies, we're also investing in the future. As you may know, we've announced our plan to launch a hydrogen-powered aircraft by 2040. We continue to innovate and develop in order to redefine the future of aviation. And we believe this should be a collective effort, one that involves all of us.
Thank you, Wouter.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mexico City. It's got cultural attractions and a gastronomy scene you won't be able to resist. Aside from the sights to see and things to do, Mexico is hailed for many other achievements. In the city, crime is down and the air is clean. Plus, the capital city has already gone through many achievements. Its commute system is very efficient and accessible too. It's got a green movement that balances out the modernity of the metropolis. Biking is very much welcome here, that on weekends, some roads are closed to make way for cyclists. Inviting, with pep and vigor and buzzing with energy, Mexico City is definitely one to get to know. Mexico City's historic center includes Coyoacan, which is the original settlement for the conquistadores. Today, it has become an enclave of artists and writers such as Frida and Diego, and it exudes colonial charm. A worthy place to visit is Zocalo, which is the center of the city. It is a vast plaza flanked by the Cathedral of Mexico City, the National Palace, and the Colonial Arcade. Zocalo is in fact one of the world's largest city squares. Also nearby are a cluster of vendors. Among their products are shawls, knitted sweaters, pottery, beaded jewelry, and intricately carved figures in stone, obsidian, and all manners of trinkets. Calle Madero is a pedestrian destination that connects the Zocalo with other iconic places. You'll find the Banco Nacional de Mexico nearby. Within the greenery of Bosque de Chapultepec, Mexico's Central Park is the Castillo de Chapultepec. It is called the Castillo de Chapultepec and is one of the city's gems. It is known for its gilded rooms, sweeping marble staircases, sprawling terraces, and Versailles-like carriages. One of the world's great museums is the National Museum of Anthropology. It features one of the most important collections of hard-to-find pre-Hispanic artifacts. Other noteworthy places include the Frida Kahlo Museum. Then, there's also the Diego Rivera Studio, where you'll see brushes, jars of pigments, and skeletons of demonic figures there. Mexico City is also a place to eat. Must-tries include enchiladas, short ribs or turkey, tostadas, carnitas de pescado, and other seafood creations. The city is a good place to enjoy the scene, the people, and culture as you dine. There is simply a bevy of culinary feats in Mexico City. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.